What's everybody doing? How we doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is your host, Oz the Crypto Goat. Welcome everybody. We're about to get started in just a few minutes, but let's get those likes rolling in on TikTok. Start hitting that like button, double tap everybody. We're gonna get started with our show here in just a little bit. We got some pretty, I'd say bearish news. We also got maybe some bullish news, and that just seems to be the trend. For every bit of bullish news there's more bearish news to follow. It's just a roller coaster, baby. It's a roller coaster. But make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow the channel, and also share it. Click the little share button, and let's get rolling. We need those likes to start rolling in, and let's set up a goal here. Let's do heart me's. Everybody get your heart me in. Thank you for Gibby. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate you. And the heart me. Appreciate you, Gibby. Mega Crypto, how's it going, buddy? How we doing? Glad to see you. It's a pleasure as always. Hi, Gibby. How you doing? How's the trading going? Are you in profit? Are we in profit? I'll tell you what, I've been coaching a lot more people, and some of you are just getting started, and some of you have been doing the coaching for a little while, and it's great to see people actually in profits, whereas it was not going that way for a while. I'm just learning every day. Yeah, and you know what's great is I am now offering the technical analysis class. So if you want to get signed up for the technical analysis class, it's going to be through my Discord. Okay, let me pull it up here for you if you're interested. So you go to the link in my bio, and that's where the Discord is at. And then where is it at? Oh, here it is. So the TA class, the first class starts on July 6th. Okay, and I'm doing limited seating in the classes, okay? So because I don't want it to get too full, so there is a limited amount of space to get into the TA class. So make sure you get pre-signed up before the class starts, and you can secure a spot, because it will not be open once we reach a certain amount of people. That's it, because I will just have to cut it off. And then maybe later on down the road, we can add more if people fall off. But I want it to be more personalized, so that way I can focus on each individual person and where they need help with, and where their struggles are at. So join the technical analysis class. It's going to be awesome. And that way you can learn to read the charts like I do. And we have Waddy Crypto X is coming on the show on Friday. So we've got, we're going to talk about White Rock. We're going to talk about some of the things that we found here with White Rock. And I'm going to be letting Dead Daddy know. And so that way he can possibly chime in if he like. That's going to be an amazing show as well. I'm really excited because Waddy, he deep dives like I do. And he doesn't just believe everything he hears. Great guy. Make sure you give him a follow. And don't forget, we have our hoodies, our women's and our men's t-shirts. We also have the beautiful coffee mug. I'm telling you, the coffee just tastes better with the goat. And we have our stickers here as well. And those are all available on the Discord, or there's a link on Twitch where you can get your merchandise. So make sure you sign up for the Discord, and the Discord's going to have the links to all this stuff, as well as the TA class. All right. Where are all my crypto bros at? Ooh, I like this song. Kayleen, Mother of Dragons, right? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. Glad to see you on the Twitch side. What's going on, Ken? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Don't forget to send in your heart me's on TikTok. And a heart me and 2 popular votes is going to help the algorithm. And there's also a heart me like power up, that one as well. Ken, thank you for the heart me and the popular vote, much appreciated. And don't forget to tap away. Let's see if we can get to 3,000 likes and we'll get started with the news and everything. What's up, Crypto TV with Trey? Trey's mad at me because I made him lose a battle today. I got you on the next one, fam. I got you on the next one. Trust. Glad to see you, Trey. Yeah, man. You know, hey, I gotta give the love spread out evenly. You know what I mean? Like, I had a feeling you were gonna win that one, so I was like, I'm gonna come in clutch right now. I'm gonna come in clutch. It was unexpected though. Eve did not think that she was gonna win that one. It was fun though, man. A lot of fun. Jesus, thank you for the heart me. And Jesus is signed up for the TA classes. He's already secured his spot. Oh, dude, thank you for the 20 popular votes. Appreciate you. And glad to have you on in the class. And let me show you right here. So we have the TA class is operational. We're doing pre-signups now. There is limited space. So I'm only allowing a certain amount of people to sign up for the class. And once it's full, that's it. So make sure you get pre-registered before July 6th so you don't miss the class. And that's all going to be done through the Discord. So if you want to get on the TA class, send me a direct message and I will give you all the instructions you need to get signed up. But I'll tell you what, like, people are flocking to get into the TA class. Everybody wants in. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the greatest class you ever took. Everybody says so. We're all going to get very rich and drink Bud Light. It's going to be incredible. Everybody share the show. FYP, hashtag FYP in the chat. Man, I'll tell you what, TikTok is awful. You pay for a promotion one time and then all of a sudden they don't put you out in the FYP at all. Not FUP, that's F up. FYP. You put me in hashtag F up. Am I an F up? Yeah, Circle's rocking. That's gonna be a good one. You can't put the period after FYP. It doesn't work still. And you can't put anything else with it. It's just gotta be hashtag FYP, nothing else. Otherwise it doesn't work. But I appreciate you. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. There we go. There's the FYP. And viewership is so down. This is what happens. You pay TikTok for some promotion and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're not gonna promote you no more unless you give us money. Well, we just got word we're going to war. Did it just happen right now? Because what I have says we don't know if we're going. Let me look it up. Yeah, no decision yet. Yeah, there's no decision on it yet. We're going to cover that. Jesse's out sick again today. She's not feeling well. She will be back on the show, I promise. Is TikTok done today? Tomorrow. Possibly tomorrow. We're going to find out. I sure hope not. TikTok owes me some money. We'll see what happens with TikTok. But if anything happens, we've got a safe haven. So we have our Twitch as well, just in case. TikTok needs an extended warranty. Yeah. We've been trying to reach you about your TikTok's extended warranty. All right. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular vote. Appreciate you. So we got five heart me's. We need to get to 20 heart me's. Guinea Marie, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Nico, thank you for the heart me. What's going on, Nico? Look deep into SPX. I'll tell you what, I will look into it if you send a heart me. We'll look it up right now. Nico, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Yeah, glad to have you here, Nico. I'm doing all right. I finally got some sleep, man. I was exhausted yesterday. Usually I'll be up for days on end, and then I just need like 2 days of massive sleep, and then I'm feeling a lot better. And then I can go like another week without any sleep. So I'm feeling good and refreshed. There's a moon at night outside my window. Yeah, but it's a waning moon. However, there's a celestial body. What do you want to call it? Let's see. It's what date is that? You know what, chat? You're all gonna get something very special today. You're gonna see a sub-only video. Oh wait, maybe it's not letting me see sub-only videos because I'm not subscribed to my own channel. I can't see my sub-only videos. Hold on. Still bullish on SXT. I mean, I love the utility, but I think just the market's taking a dump right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm bullish long term. I'm just looking to accumulate it and wait for it to do something crazy because it could potentially hit a couple bucks. So yeah. Let me pull this up here real quick. Get the date. I don't want to give you guys false information. So let's make sure we know the date. What the heck? They removed it? No. They removed the post about the moon. What happened to it? All right, let me look it up. Let me look it up. Okay, this is it. The smiley face in the sky refers to a celestial alignment of the moon, Venus, and Saturn that can create the illusion of a smiling face. Let's see a picture of it here. This is what it looks like. That's kind of cool looking, right? I have a feeling that this is going to normally would be something bearish. Maybe it indicates a pump. I'm in and out. I'm in a tree, but be back later. You're in a tree. What are you doing in a tree, man? So we follow the moon cycle. Do I believe in it? No. However, I think other people do. So it gives it some validity. So this is the celestial formation that is coming on what date? Let me see here. The date, April 25th. No. We had another one coming up. June. Maybe that's why they took it down. Maybe I got the... Yeah, June 19th. On June 19th, a rare celestial event will create a smiley face in the sky as the moon, Venus, and Jupiter align. Oh, that's good. Venus and Jupiter. Jupiter is very bright. So this is going to be very cool. Oh, you're servicing an antenna. Right on. My cell service antenna went down, so I'm connected to somebody's SER. Oh my God. Dude. So this is cool. I think this normally this would be a bearish part of the cycle. But because of this celestial alignment, I'm guessing that it's going to give a bit of a small pump because it's a happy face, you know. Oh, it's happy. It's like, you know what I mean? You got to think of what these crazy people that are trading based on the moon cycle are thinking. They're thinking, oh, it's a happy face, so it's going to be good. Maybe we'll see a giant God candle. I doubt it. It could just be bad. It could just go the opposite direction. We'll have to see. Why is viewership so down? I'm gonna cry. There's only 6 people watching. We gotta do something here. We gotta get the likes going like crazy. Cause 6 or 10 people watching, if it falls below 20 people watching for more than an hour, I have to cut the live and we have to end the show because it ruins the stats for the show and the FYP and everything like that, and it'll put us in like a shadow ban. XRP up or down by 2026? Down. XRP down by 2026. I think by February 2026 we'll be back to like $1 or lower. Downtown, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Everybody, FYP in the chat, hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch. Is Jaydan live? He's pretty popular. They might be over there. I think you might be right. Yeah, because if our viewership is too low for too long, we have to end the live early, and then we'll just be exclusively on Twitch. We'll still do the live. You'll just have to go there to watch it. Let's see. Let's see if Jaydan is live. He is live. Dang. Oh, and okay. some of the biggest creators in the space right now are live right now. That's why nobody's watching, and they hardly ever go live. That makes sense. It's cool you're watching me. I appreciate that. He must be doing a long one. It would be late for him. Yeah, I know, right? Usually I try to go on a different time than other creators, because more of the other creators, they go a little bit earlier. I go a little bit later so that I don't conflict with them, and then I don't somebody go into Dan's live and tell everybody to go to see Oz the Crypto Goat. But I also pick the time that I do because it's the closing of the day candle, and I get to reach Australia and that time zone as well. Tell Dan to go to bed. I know, right? Everybody go tell Dan to go to bed so people will come watch the goat. Say, hey, the goat's going live, Dan. Hey, go into Dan's live and tell him that if he comes over, I'll have him come on as a co-host and we'll chat. I've been trying to get Dan on the show, but he gets spammed with so many messages that he's like, I looked for your message, I can't find it, and then I'm locked out to where I can't send a new one. So it is what it is. You're not sleepy? I'm not sleepy either. I never sleep. All right, let's do a little TA, huh? So it looks like today's candle closed, not quite a hammer, but somewhat of a hammer. But that downward pressure has got today opened up as a red candle, which could indicate downward movement. But then we look in the hour and I see a nice little flag forming. That looks like a flag to me. So I think we could potentially get another little pump up here. That would take it to like 218. I don't think it would go much further though. Maybe. This does look like an inverted head and shoulders. Now that could send it up to 219, 220. But still overall, it's just a massive head and shoulders. And look at this. Hold on, let me get back on the day. And then 1 hour. So on the 1 hour, there's this as well. And this is also bearish. This is an ascending, broadening wedge. It's not too ascending, but I mean, if you bring this here, then it's a lot more ascending for sure. But I like to come back here a little further. But that would indicate downward movement. And overall, this whole thing right here is a head and shoulders. So definitely keep an eye on it. Prompt headed to the moon tonight. Don't miss out on the dip for sure. I'm trying to learn. Yeah, I'm offering a technical analysis class. I also offer one-on-one coaching. So the coaching is more about finding a strategy that's specific to your needs that can make you profitable. And the TA class is more about learning how to read the charts. So this is the TA class, and you can get signed up. It's through my Discord. And you just send me a message, say, hey, I want to sign up for the class. It's $25 an hour. So there's four 1-hour classes a month. So it's going to be $100 a month. But it's a limited amount of people in the class. So you're going to have more direct one-on-one contact with me during that live. And I can teach you how to read the charts. Not just read the charts, but read them the way I do, and quickly, very quickly. I'm here in California. And then the coaching is for deluxe subscribers, and you can message me directly, and we can come up with a strategy for your situation. So the deluxe subscribers, it's only $10 a month, and you can message me anytime, and you won't need to know TA if you are deluxe subscribed. I'll do all the heavy lifting for you. But remember, following is not the same as subscribing, okay? So there's a little star down on the bottom here, okay, with a circle around it. You're gonna click that, and that's how you're gonna become a subscriber. Definitely worth it. Everyone that subscribes resubscribes. It's worth it. Mino36, you're a beginner. Highly recommend taking advantage of the one-on-one coaching with me. Just become a subscriber and send me a message after, and I will help you out. Oz, what's the prediction time for 160? I would say sometime around July, maybe the beginning of July, maybe halfway into July. It could take time. It could also break structure. Remember that. I'm investing 1,000 into XRP every month for the next 10 years. Oh, get ready to be broke. Maybe in 10 years you won't be broke, but for the next 10 years you're going to be broke. Or Batman. I'm just being honest with you, Bruce. Bruce Wayne. By the way, I love Batman. I drive a Batmobile, by the way. One of my cars is a Batmobile. XRP already had its bull run. I agree. If you're gonna put $1,000 into XRP every month, I would wait. I'd start saving it and putting it into stable coins and wait and buy the bottom. Nobody beats my FOMO. Hey, dude, I think I beat your FOMO, dude. I think we beat it, man. I think you're doing a lot better now. Any thoughts on XDB on MEXC? Yeah, dude, I think you're starting to get there. My thoughts on XLM, I like it. If you want TA on any projects, you got to become a subscriber. It's $1.99 a month, or you can do the deluxe subscription, and then you can have one-on-one coaching with me. Or you can get that absolutely free by putting it in the chat on Twitch. I'm not allowed to promote Twitch anymore. I got in trouble. I'm not going to get my stream keys. Which I really need. I like this song. I own all the rights to this music, by the way. That's why I have the music I have, because by the way, all of these videos are posted to YouTube, and if you ever miss a live, you can go back and rewatch them on YouTube. They're usually uploaded the night of, sometime around midnight. They're back on there. All right, let's get into some news, huh? Let's read some news. This is from CNBC. Pro-Israel hackers destroy 90 million in Iran crypto exchange breach, analyst firm says. So I believe it was BTC. And I believe if it's destroyed, that means it cannot be sold. So it's locked away forever for good, as far as I know. Hackers sent the stolen funds to they send it to other addresses. Likely can't have access, effectively destroying it. Okay, so hackers sent the stolen funds to vanity addresses they likely can't access, effectively destroying it. Blockchain analytics firm Elliptic said. The Predatory Sparrow hacker group claimed responsibility and also said it breached Iran's state-owned bank SEPA earlier this week. Elliptic has linked the exchange to sanctionized ransomware operatives and wallets tied to Hamas, Palestine, Islamic Jihad, and was it Houthis? Is that Hodas? Hodas. What's up, UB? How you doing, buddy? So yeah, that's more than 90 million Wednesday, according to blockchain analysis. The funds were drained from the platform wallets into addresses being anti-government messages, explicitly referencing Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and so on and so forth. It looks like blockchain research firm Chain Analysis said the stolen crypto included Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, Ripple, Solana, Tron, and Ton. Now, when they say Ripple, do they mean XRP or Ripple shares? I'm assuming that they mean XRP, and they do this on purpose. They want you to get Ripple mixed up with XRP, just like they did right here. So that is interesting, because I don't believe that Ripple is a cryptocurrency. Let's find out. Is Ripple a cryptocurrency? Yes, Ripple is a cryptocurrency. More specifically, XRP is the name of the digital currency that Ripple, the company, uses on the payment platform. Okay, so actually the answer is no. Ripple is not. AI lies to you too. This is what I'm talking about. They want you to believe that they are one and the same when they are not. Nick Beamer, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subscription. And if that's a deluxe subscription, make sure you send me a direct message and send me your email, and I will get you signed up for the email alert system. It's absolutely free for the rest of this month. After that, it's $1.99, but try it out. If you like it, then keep using it. But it basically pays for itself. I'm telling you, totally worth it. Man, viewership is way down. We got to do something. We got to do something. We got to do something. Before Mother Earth gets any more hurt, we got to do something. No? Saving Sarah Marshall? Or forgetting Sarah Marshall, excuse me. Forgetting Sarah Marshall? Anyone? Anyone? No? Russell Brand? Oh man, I'm showing my age. I guess it doesn't matter. There's only 12 people watching me sing like an idiot. All right. Senate passes crypto regulation, sends to the House without addressing Trump's investments. The Senate passed legislation on Tuesday that would regulate a form of cryptocurrency known as stablecoins, the first of what the industry hopes will be a wave of bills to bolster its legitimacy and reassure consumers. The fast-moving legislation, which passed a 68-30 vote and will be sent to the House for potential revisions. What's up, Simon? How you doing, buddy? Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's, everyone, and follow it with 2 popular votes. That's the best way to boost the algorithm. We have 13 people watching. If we're below 20 viewers for too long, we have to cut the live. How much do singers get paid per song on the internet? I don't know. Evidently, only a couple of cents. Because we've only made 25 cents this live. Simon, thank you for the heart me. And holy crap, 49 popular votes. Appreciate you. So evidently singers get paid 49 popular votes. So yeah, this passed. It's going to go to the House. They'll probably make some revisions and it's going to get passed. But until that happens, I would say that this is not so bullish news. Yeah, we gotta get firm regulation, and it's really only stablecoin regulation, so it really doesn't help crypto at all. If you ask me, it's an indication of quite the opposite. So it is a little troubling for me. That's why I'm wondering, like, what purpose will XRP actually serve? Will it actually be used as a currency or just like a liquidity pool and facilitation of paying gas fees? That's my main concern, because if they were moving to do something like not use stablecoins or CBDCs, I would say that wouldn't it be relevant to pass some legislation to define whether or not these currencies are securities or commodities, you know? And I think they're just not even paying attention to that, because that's not the overall goal. Just because there's an executive order doesn't make it a law, first of all. An executive order is a temporary order. It lasts like 1 year, and it could just go away, and people will think that it's still in place because he signed an executive order, but then it'll just go out the window and it'll whoosh over everyone's heads, and then all of a sudden, here, CBDCs, there you go. That's what we're doing, and everyone's going to go, what? What happened? And everyone's going to be holding a bag full of useless garbage. And you're just going to see a massive tank in all sorts of coins if that happens. Obviously, it's a bit speculative right now, but in my opinion, I think the overall goal is CBDCs, stable coins. What's the purpose of having XRP when you have RLUSD? It facilitates gas fees and is a liquidity pool. That's it. Will it help it? Yeah, the price might come up a little bit. It might keep it at around $2 to $5, but you know, XRP is like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it, okay? It doesn't matter how open the faucet is and you got the bucket under it, it's just falling onto the floor because it moves through it. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. So I hope that's not the case. I mean, because I hold some XRP. I took most of my profits. I'm well within the green on XRP, but you know, I'd like to see my moon bag go to 11D. Of course, who wouldn't? But probably not. Probably not. And it kind of breaks my heart what's happening to crypto right now. It breaks my heart because we were moving towards decentralization, control of the people having the control, and not the institutions. And now it's going back the other direction. Institutions are going to have all the control. The people get nothing, and you all stay broke. Live in the pod, eat the bugs, and shut your mouth. Lick the boot. That's what they want you to do. They want you to lick the boot and eat the bugs. Eat the bugs, people. They're delicious. Everybody says so. Eat them 10 times a day. We'll see what happens with that. I'm glad that nobody's seeing me get this rant right now. 14 people, that's pretty close to getting to 20. We should get up there. Keep hitting the like button, guys. Lock in, such a roller coaster. Meme coin? Really? All right, let's look at it. Cmont be finding the treasure, okay? Cmont77 is a treasure hunter. And dude, he's been not only finding good ones. You got to tell me these coins, Cmont, before they pump, okay? So I can get in where you're at. Because I don't follow meme coins, but dude, you've been killing the meme coins. And if we can get in, then I can watch it. I'll tell us where to get out, like we did on the other one on syrup. Ooh, boy, made some money on syrup. Oh man, I gotta maybe get into meme coins, bro, because like everything else is making me nothing, dude. Lock in. It sounds like Lockheed Martin, so I like it. Lock in. Is this it? On Kraken? Ooh, that's a nice double bottom. Interesting. Because this has the potential, I'd say probably not, but it has the potential that this is an inverted Head and Shoulders. Possibly. It's a little out of structure, but definitely something to watch. I'd say it's more or less triple bottom. So this thing got a nice triple bottom. Boom, it took off. Let me move this to this side. Let's go into a lower time frame. Let's look at the 15-minute. See, that looks bullish too, man. It looks like it's got another pump in it. I would say max, though. I don't know. These are hard to tell because look how volatile this thing is. This thing could run all the way up here, you know? I would say conservatively, like a penny and a half on this one, but I could see it doing, yeah, probably like a penny and a half, potentially. There's not enough data really right now in this short term, because I would say pretty much this double bottom has played out. So we have to see if it continues to be bullish. I'd say it's going to a penny and a half, which is like hella good. It could also just come up here and stop. But I don't think so, because look at how volatile this thing is. I mean, it would make, well, let's look at something here. Okay, it's kind of trending like this, right? So there's our trend. Yeah, a penny and a half, dude. It seems highly likely on this one. Let's say it would probably get over there around here. It would probably fall short. I'd say 0.0147 is probably be the tip of the wick on that one. That's what I'm thinking. It could do a penny and a half, but that's going to be that psychological zone. Okay. With meme coins like this, psychological zone, 1.5 penny. And that would be Friday, June 20th. Friday, June 20th. And let's make that a little more accurate. Let's make it a little more accurate. Let's nail it on the head here, because if this is going to happen like this, I might have to jump in. All right. Let's say a penny and a half, June 19th. It's probably going to fall short, and it'll be like June 20th. No. Yeah, a penny and a half by June 20th, baby. You got some at 0.0102. Dude, you're in the money. So you caught this nice little wave up right here. Okay. I think there's a potential that it follows this trend right here. However, CMONT, hear me out, okay? I've seen this many times where it'll double peak like this and then it'll just die off. Let me see if I can find an example. What's an example of that? Let me see here. I think maybe Shiba. I think Shiba might be a good example. Yeah, I would keep an eye on it for sure. If it starts dying off, okay, see this? No, see, this is a bad example too. Let me go into the day. Okay, here, Shiba, boom. See how it got like this peak right here? And you got like this trend moving down right here. The third one didn't make it up to the trend line. It only made it like less than halfway up. This is very common to see this, where you get two spikes and then it just falls short after that. And that's what I think that this is emulating. So you get the two big peaks and then you get a little one. But because it didn't fall all the way down here, there is a more likelihood that it reaches that. But just keep that in mind, bro. It usually only gets two big peaks, but I have seen it do the trend where it'll hit it 3 times and it'll actually do it all the way down. I've seen them where they do this. They pump up here, come back down, pump up here, come back down, and they just do that all the way to the bottom. So this is, if it does this, bro, you're going to make some money off this one, okay? Because you're going to ride it up, you're going to sell here, it's going to come back down, and it's going to hit resistance at 0.0085, or I would say even 0.00925, which is probably more likely, but it's volatile. So it would come down around there, and then it would pump up again to 0.0125. And those are like psychological numbers. You see how it's hitting all those I just drew it kind of what it would kind of look like, and it puts it right on that psychological number. So it pretty much lines up. I'm going to kind of lean towards this. I'm hopeful for this for you because it also kind of has a bit of a trend downward like this. We'll have to see what it does. Have to see what it does. But yeah, definitely keep an eye on it. I'll tell you what though, if this one shows like it's going past up bullish and it does hit this mark, I'm going to be waiting for it to drop down here, and I'm going to pick some up here and ride this wave right here. It's one of those dangerous ones, though. This is why I don't like meme coins. They're scary. Jesus, thank you for the greeting hearts. Appreciate you. Jesus is signed up for our technical analysis class. What coin is this? This is Lock-in. LOCKIN. USD. And then XRP is basically doing whatever the hell it wants to do. It never follows the rules, man. I have a love-hate relationship with XRP, okay? I love the idea and the sentiment. I want to believe. I message Mega Crypto like maybe twice a week or every other week. I'd say probably every other week. I message Mega and I'm like, Mega, please make me believe. I want to believe so badly. Please just make me a believer. I'm not there. I'm not feeling it, bro. And he's like, dude, I'm just holding forever. I don't care. I'm just holding. And I'm like, I want to, but I can't. 218, let's go. I know, right? I think it's got some in the tank. You know, it is this though. Look at, okay. Or you get all excited about XRP right now. It is this. And it could potentially pump up to that. That would be 238, 247, everything I've been saying that it could potentially do. But it's a bit of an ascending channel. And I would even argue that it's this wedge, but let's just go with this, okay? It's a bit of an ascending channel, which eventually it will drop down and come back down to $2. Should have bought Circle. I did, and a ton of it. I know, man. I know. Hindsight's 2020, though. You know, I've been doing IPOs since the beginning of my trading career, okay? I started out on IPOs, and generally with an IPO, you're going to double your money and you're going to get out, okay? Or you're going to want to buy Class A shares and hold on to them for dear life, okay? And I should have looked at it like that, like I just want to have the Class A shares, but you know, hindsight's 2020, and I think about it and I'm like, you know what? Like the hype around crypto right now, Circle was a guaranteed win. And I was gonna buy it and I should have, and I don't know. I'm kicking myself now. I know I'll buy it. I think the deadline's coming up and I'm gonna be forced to buy it at that price. Up $50 today. Don't tell me that, bro. No. Now I'm gonna have to drop like 100 grand on this thing to buy as much as I wanted to. And I am not looking forward to putting, you know, a lot of money into it. I wanted to have some, but like, geez, I should have bought it at 60 bucks. And I was like, no, I'm not going to buy it at 60. It dropped at like 30 something. I was like, it's already doubled. It's going to come down because that's normal. That's usually what they do. And, yeah, I got screwed. I got screwed on it, but I'm going to buy some and I'm going to buy the top just because I want Class A shares in Circle. But hear me out. What if RLUSD takes over the space? And Circle becomes obsolete. Because Circle's Ethereum, right? And the gas fees are pretty spectacular. I think I'd rather own shares in Ripple than Circle. Isn't it funny how their name sounds the same too? The next one is Andrel. What's the ticker on that one? We all missed out on, what about Arrow? Are you talking about Arrow or Arrow? This is Arrow, but there's also Arrow. Arrow. Arrow looks done. Arrow looks crispy. However, it is a descending channel. It could pump. But this, okay, this is an example of what an IPO would do. Okay, this is classic IPO movement here, okay? It releases, it doubles its price, pumps up, comes back down, pumps up one more time, and then it tapers off, and then it'll pretty much land at the price that it originally dropped at. Arrow Group Holdings, is this the right one? This is the right one. But this is standard. This tale as old as time. Seamont, thank you for the level up, Sparks. Appreciate you. You guys are too kind. You're too kind. I appreciate it. If you haven't sent in your heart me yet, make sure you send a heart me, and 2 popular votes followed. That helps the algorithm. Looks like viewership is finally up. We're above 30. I guess Jaydan got off, so we can actually have a show now. Thank you guys very much. And don't forget to sign up for our classes. We have the technical analysis classes are now available for pre-sign up. I'm only taking a certain amount of people, okay? I want the classes to be small so that way I'm not overwhelmed by questions and chat and everything, and I can focus on each individual person and train them and hone them into a trading guru like I am, and you'll have your own show. Jason, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Nate, thank you for the heart me as well. I want to hone you guys into an advanced trader, okay? And I want you to be able to read the charts quickly like I do, okay? I want you to be lightning with it, because that's where the money's made, is by being fast. If you're taking time and because once you get into that high frequency trading, you're going to need that speed, okay? You're going to need to know how to do these things quickly, all right? Without pulling out the indicators and doing all the nonsense and jumping through the hoops like everybody else is doing. You need to just know how to do it. Oh, Andrel is Arrow? Got you. I don't know. You tell me if it is. I know it's the drone defense contract, which is going to be massive. This whole war is going to be fought with drones. But yeah, get on the technical analysis class. It's going to be done through the my Discord. So you can sign up through my Discord, and then in the Discord, there's a little section where it says TA class, and you can put in there that you want to sign up. And once we get payment, you'll be set up. Buy oil? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Depending on if they do the drill, baby drill. If they start drilling, maybe not, dude. It's one of those 50-50s, but I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this about oil, okay? When we had Joe Biden in office, he kept dipping into our strategic reserves, okay? To keep the prices of oil low and gas low, right? And they switched to the summer blend in the winter and all that, right? Well, what happens with that is those massive amounts of barrels that we use off to lower prices for like a day, it gets burned up by the American people like within a day or two. It does not last long at all. but it depletes our reserves. And those reserves are there, strategic reserves. They're not there to lower gas prices. Neo, thank you for the 5 popular votes and the heart me. They are there for in case we have to go to war. Okay, wars run on oil. Okay, all the planes, all the ships. We have like the largest Navy and Air Force in the world. I believe so. I wish Jesse was here to correct me if I'm wrong, but those things cannot operate without oil. Okay, and we depleted our reserves. We are actually in a vulnerable state right now because of the lack of oil we have in our reserves right now. If we go into World War III, we're fucked. Oil is the blood of the earth. There is too much of it. I agree, but we don't have enough reserves stacked up to go to war. Oil will go to nothing in the future, not the near future, but I'm sure one day once they release free energy. I agree with that. But for now, no. And the thing is if our oil reserves are depleted and we do go to war and we do start sending aircraft carriers and planes and all these things out, expect the price of oil to go up. Like dramatically. Because we have no reserves. And we still need to fill those reserves. So I kind of feel like maybe oil is a good buy. But you don't buy oil. You buy the companies, okay? ExxonMobil, stuff like that. You're not really buying oil. So it's a little bit tricky. What'll happen is you buy the companies that sell the oil, and then when they raise the prices and become more profitable, you're getting a portion of that. But yeah, guys, sign up for the TA class. Become an expert trader. And that's through my Discord. The link is in my bio. And, oh yeah, don't forget, get your hoodies, t-shirts, mugs. Look at, I got the mug right here. Your coffee just tastes better with a goat on it. I'm telling you, there's nothing like a goat milk cup of Joe. It's just going to taste better. Trust me. Listen, it's delicious. Everybody says so. They all say they love the goat. It's great. We love him. Entertain me. Smart trades aside, you have 1K for the crypto casino. What are your top 3 choices? With just 1K? To be honest with you, let me be just completely honest with you. If you're looking to get rich, okay, off $1,000, you want to make risky trades. I'd say something high leveraged on a meme coin, okay, and make sure you take profits. That's how you're going to become rich off of something like that. Something like 100x leverage on a meme coin that is about to take off. That's how you're going to get rich with it. Just 1K for roulette. You have other trades. Okay, so yeah. So the way you become rich, okay, is by taking a small amount of money and putting it into high risk, okay? And then the way you stay rich is by taking the large amount of money and putting it into low risk. That's why I hold my crypto, and I also hold my defense contracts, okay? And I hold, Dutch Brothers and different IPOs, or not IPOs, but different stocks, right? So I take smaller amounts of money and I trade them into crypto, and I use that to build up my wealth and put them into secure places like Lockheed Martin. So I would say if you were going to do $1,000 and you're okay with just pissing it into the wind, I would say high leverage on a meme coin or a pink sheet, penny stocks, they call them Wolf of Wall Street pink sheets, right? That's what I would say. You have your XRP, HBAR, Ondo, all the things. You're just taking a high risk chance. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I would say throw it into a meme coin with high leverage, or throw it into like one of these IPOs. They're very volatile at first. Basically, IPOs are the meme coins of the stock market. Like Peanut the squirrel. What do you mean, Peanut the squirrel? Top 3 choices? My top 3 choices? That's interesting because I don't trade those kind of trades anymore. I'm not in it. I'll tell you who would be the one to ask is CMont. CMont trades the meme coins and is just killing it. CMont, what's the next big 3 meme coins? No, I hear you, Justin. I hear you. I'm just a different style of trading because I'm retired, okay? I'm 37 years old. I'm retired, and all my money comes from trading crypto that I live off of, and then everything else is like long-term storage. You're loaded on SXT? Yeah, dude, that's probably something that would potentially, I don't think it'll go lower than 5 cents, and it'll probably rebound back to 10 to 15 cents very quickly when the market does turn around. I'm definitely into SXT. Bought a ton more this morning at the low. Good for you, man. I'm actually waiting to see it form a bottom. But yeah, where I'm at with it is it's going to see a couple bucks at some point. It really doesn't matter what I buy it at. I'm not looking to get rich quick off of it. I'm willing to hold it until it bull cycles. You know what I mean? Which could be 4 years from now, but I'm okay with that. Let's look at SXT, actually. That's a good question. Let's see where it's at, what it's doing, and if it's ready for us to buy it up. Because I'll tell you what, the next time I'm ready, once I know, same here, brother goat. Yeah, once I'm ready and I know, believe me, I'm probably going to put $30,000 to $50,000 into SXT. Minimum. It's going to happen. I'm just waiting for that time. Right now, I'm throwing a couple bucks at it at a time. Whatever, see what happens, But in the when the time is right, dude, I'm going to strike that thing like crazy. Oh, look at that. That's what you want to see, though. See how it came down here and it ran sideways? Now it's come down and it's got a nice peak. That's what we want to see, is that volatility. That is good, but it's not a home run yet. I need to watch this thing for a couple days, okay? We need to watch this over the next couple days to figure out what it's going to do. Let me go into a lower time frame. Let's look at the 15-minute. Okay, so look it ran up here, it flagged, it ran up, and then okay, and you're probably going to see a lot of that because a lot of people are abandoning ship on this one. Me, I'm thinking the other direction. It's gone nothing but down, except for the one time we got into it, that it's due for a pump. It's due for a pump. Look at all this downward movement, baby. That is imbalance. That is so much imbalance. All the way from 15 cents down to 6 cents is very imbalanced. I loaded up at 0.722 this morning. Dude, good for you, man. I think you're probably looking all right. Could it be on purpose? Yes, I think it is on purpose. And I think part of it is we don't know how much Space and Time owns of the coin. More than likely, they're taking some out to fund the project, in my opinion. Wow, look at that. Bullish Babe, thank you for the heart me and the star goggles. MVP, thank you for the heart me, and Guinea Marie, thank you for the 5 roses. Appreciate you guys. If you don't know Bullish Babe and Hey Crypto Bro, go follow them. MVP Network, thank you for the 4 finger hearts. I appreciate you. Eve is our agent. We absolutely love and adore her. Jesus, thank you for the, oh my gosh, a crap load of goats. All the goats. Remember when I used to baw like a goat? 26 goats. When we started, I used to baw like a goat for goats. Okay, now if you send a goat or two, I might do it. But ever since I lost my voice and I couldn't do the show, I realized I can't do that anymore. Wow. MVP Network, thank you for the 11 goats. By the way, chat, if you don't follow Hey Crypto Bro, it's Cosmic Crypto. His account got demolished. It's completely gone, and he's starting over from square one. He is an amazing creator, and he's also not feeding nonsense. He has a realistic view on things. Chat, everybody go help him out. Send him a follow. We need to help him build his career. This is his life, and some hacker or whatever held his account ransom and got it completely removed. So we need to help him out. And yeah, Bullish Babe as well. She's amazing. They are so funny. Okay. My favorite show, okay, obviously Mega Crypto's my favorite creator, but my favorite show as far as entertainment, man, Bullish Babe and Cosmic Crypto. I am dying laughing the entire time. Their chemistry is just incredible. I love the show. And they know I'm in there all the time, spamming their chat now and giving them a hard time. But they're a lot of fun. I really do appreciate what they're doing for the space. They're making crypto less serious. I'm very serious. This is a structured show, and we're a news show, okay? We're like turning on CNN, all right? When you're watching them, it's like watching Comedy Central crypto, okay? Like, I love it. They're just good people. I appreciate them. I tried to get Cosmic to come with me to Vegas, but I don't think he can come. There's just way too much uniqueness and potential in SXT, not to mention backed by big names. Exactly. SXT has the partnerships with Microsoft and Chainlink. Come on. Off-chain data verification? What? Like, that is ridiculous. That's everything. That's everything. What's the other one we looked at? It's basically the same thing, but it only what's up, Coach JV in the house? I don't think that's the original one though. Coach, if that is you, I sent you a message last week. I'm sure it got lost in your whatever, but I need to talk to you if you are the real Coach. I don't think you are though. Yeah, I think it is. It is. Yeah, I think it is, Coach. Coach, I sent you a DM. Message me back. I got something for you, Coach. Thanks for the follow, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's see here. We need a few more heart me's. Let me pin this up here. Let's reach this goal of the heart me's. 213K followers. Not the real one. Real Coach has like 2 million. But actually he did lose his account and started a new one. So that might actually be it. He went through the same thing as Cosmic. But I have some information. If it is you, Coach, check your DMs. I'm sure you got a lot of them. If not, just send me a DM, and I need to talk with you. I know you're a busy man, so I'll keep it brief. All right, let's get back to the news. Ripple price prediction. XRP targets 265, signal potential technical breakout. This is possible, okay? This is possible if the head and shoulders formation breaks. I think we'll see probably 265, maybe even 275. And normally I don't pull up these, but I want, you know, I've been screaming doom and gloom. Notice I got the white light on right now, okay? I don't want you to be ill-informed, okay? If XRP breaks structure of this head and shoulders, it will see these higher prices. And I want you guys to be prepared for this, okay? Ripple offers signs of bullish reversal after extending losses 9% in the recent highs, blah, 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 blah. Where's the part I want to read? So Ripple has filed a settlement letter in support of the joint motion to the United States Securities and Exchange Commission for an indicative ruling. The defense attorney clarified that neither Ripple nor the SEC is requesting Judge Annalisa Torres to reverse the summary judgment order. And Ripple wrote that the indicative ruling was not absolute of any obligations under the securities law. The letter emphasizes that the joint motion is primarily linked to reduced penalty, considering the potential risk, and joint motion revisiting its fundamental approach on regulation of digital assets, which led to dropping of the case. Here's the thing. It doesn't state anything about dropping the injunction. And I think they know that they can't get the injunction removed. That's the issue, is the injunction. I'm from Canada and bought XRP ETF this morning on Toronto Stock Exchange. Nice. Nice. That's cool, you know. But it won't be really bullish until the US, you know. And here's the thing, okay? This is what you guys have to understand is Ripple is admitting to guilt, okay? They're paying a fine that is admission of guilt, okay? Which means they broke the law. And as the law stands right now, they did break the law, and institutions cannot buy it. Normal people can, but institutions are not allowed to. And that's why I think they're moving towards RLUSD. But the institutional money, I don't know. I don't know. The Swift money. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, buddy? Glad to see you. I don't know. But until that injunction is removed, you're not going to see above $4. Period. It's all retail right now. And I think $4 is a stretch. Oz, are you bullish in XRP's future? If the injunction is removed, yes, I'm bullish on its future, that it has the potential to do all the things that we're saying. At the same time, RLUSD makes it obsolete. There's no need for it anymore. You know, its purpose is a liquidity pool and facilitation of gas fees. So I'd say no. So does XRPL leave XRP in the dust? Kind of. XRP will serve a purpose, and it will probably hold a price between $1 to $3, which is where it's at right now. But even if it has large amounts of money being transferred through it, it's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. Okay, like it doesn't matter how wide open you open the faucet, the bucket will never fill up. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. That's the issue. I'm bullish as long as I sell it on time. That's where I'm at. Okay, I hold a moon bag because y'all be spoon fed the moon cheese, and I'm banking on that. Okay, everybody buying into the moon cheese is going to be my exit liquidity. I bought this thing back in 2016, and I've been loading up on it for years. I already took a massive amount of profits out on it. Okay, so all the retail that buys into this stuff, I'm telling you right now, you are my exit liquidity. Y'all be paying my bills. You are what makes me rich. So yeah, feed into the moon cheese all you want. I'm not going to feed you moon cheese. Okay, I'm going to tell you the truth that y'all are my exit liquidity, and I will keep taking profits just like everybody else that got in when I did. Okay, because I'm not an idiot. Okay. Man, I'm not saying you're an idiot for buying this thing. Don't get me wrong, okay? I also hold, okay, a big bag for just in case, all right? But I'm always going to be taking profits. Always. And you should be too. I believe more in SUI than XRP for now. Yeah, I feel it, bro. I feel it. I know what you mean. So here's another one, okay? You want to talk about some XRP. Ripple just transferred 438 billion XRP in minutes. What is happening? Ripple's massive XRP transfer comes amid a broad crypto market bloodbath. 200 billion XRP was moved by Ripple, and XRP plummets to 6.26%. On June 17th, on-chain monitoring firm Whale Alert revealed in a recent X post a mysterious crypto transfer worth nearly $500 million. Excuse me. Did I say billion? Million, excuse me. 200 million. Worth $500 million involving a renowned enterprise blockchain company Ripple and the third largest cryptocurrency in market cap, XRP. So 200 million XRP, so $500 million in XRP was moved by Ripple. Yeah, I think you're right. Better off with a meme coin than XRP. You know, if you want a good meme coin, I recommend Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a good meme coin. It's a little topped out right now, but when that one comes back down, buy that one. I'll be buying Bitcoin when it hits 25K again. I already took my profits at 100K. I'm good with that. Okay, so according to the data tracker, Ripple sent a massive 200 million XRP token worth over 438 million to an unknown wallet, sparking curiosity amongst XRP holders. The move, which appears to be a long-standing routine from Ripple, comes as no surprise, as Ripple has been consistent with moving large amounts of XRP token to undefined wallets month after month. However, XRP holders are concerned about the motive behind the move, considering its timing. Okay? Ripple used to take that money out of escrow and re-put it back into escrow and lock it up. Well, now they're putting it into these wallets, okay? They're putting it into these wallets, and what they're doing is they're leaking it out. That's why the price never goes any higher, because every time it goes up, boom, they release a little bit, and they are manipulating the market. That's why this thing won't see above $3. No matter how hard and how high and how much money you throw at this thing, Ripple will keep unloading on you. And that's the reason for this sticker right here. Okay. We have merch, obviously, but where's it at? So we have the hoodies, we have t-shirts, we got our mugs, right? telling you it tastes better. We got stickers as well. But check out this sticker, people. This is why I created this sticker. So this is Brad Garlinghouse, and this is you and me, baby, right here. When Ripple hints at another escrow unlock, say goodbye to your gains, okay? So what would be their motivation to keep it suppressed? To make you feel like it's about to do something and then just sell a little bit. Instead of tanking it, leak it out, and then they're just money grabbing. They're using retail as exit liquidity. That's the motivation. It's about making money. There's no nefarious thing happening. They're just, instead of doing a dump at the beginning of the month, they're waiting for strategic times where it's at its highest for them to dump it on people. They said the same shit about Bitcoin. Save it. I mean, I'm not saying that XRP is not good. By the way, real XRP wifey, I watch your show. You're awesome. Give her a follow. I'm not saying that it's not good. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not good, but something is happening. Okay. Something is happening. We need to be aware of it and not naive to it. Okay. That's all I'm saying, is there's obviously manipulation going on. So, yeah, I believe XLM is different. But there's definitely manipulation happening, and I think it's for a purpose. I think they know it's going to do something crazy, and it's keeping people out of it, or maybe they know it's not going to do anything at all, and they want to unload as much of it as they can at a high price. Yeah, the big boys are mad because they didn't get in before us. Exactly. I bought this thing back in 2016, and I've been throwing money at it, hundreds of dollars every month for years, okay? I don't buy the top, I buy the bottom. I've already made my money. You will be my exit liquidity if you buy it today, okay? I will keep getting, I will keep getting profits. Oh, who subscribed? Jay Williams, thank you for the heart me. Carlito, thank you for the heart me as well. Appreciate you. Somebody just subscribed. Maybe it was a resubscription. But whoever subscribed, thank you for subscribing. And if it's a deluxe subscription, message me and we'll get you signed up for the email alert system. Absolutely free for the rest of this month. Try it out, see how you like it. And I offer one-on-one coaching for the deluxe subscribers. So you can message me directly and I can coach you, and we can come up with a strategy that works best for you. Every individual is different, okay? Everyone is different. So if you need help with getting set up and doing those things, send me a direct message. More than willing to help. Kodak, thank you for the chili. And Kodak, thank you for the ice cream cone, the dolphin, and the you're awesome. I appreciate you so much. Mad love. Yo, what's up, Zell Shops? That's a funky looking picture of you, dude. What are you doing on the ghost account for? Glad to see you, buddy. Real XRP wifey. Send me a direct message. I want to have you on the show. I've been meaning to reach out. I'm just so busy. And I've gotten to the point now where I send out messages to creators I like, and they never respond back to me because I get it. They're getting tons and tons of messages. So if you're interested in coming on the show as a guest, send me a message and we'll work something out, because I want to help other creators. I also want to, talk about these things because I understand where you're coming from, and I believe that your voice should be heard, and I believe that my voice should be heard, and we need to learn to not hate each other because we have a difference of opinions, because I do think that you have a lot of valid points, and I want to talk about it. So if you're interested, hopefully you're still in the chat. Let's talk. TikTok seller, what's going on? He's back. The boy is back. TikTok seller, did you catch the part about the money Ripple's been moving around? So Ripple just transferred $400 million in a minute to unknown wallets, and people are wondering what's going on. Okay, so I'll read it again for you because I appreciate you and everything you do. Jesus, thank you for the TikTok live, and TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Yeah, this is a huge red flag. Exactly. So 200 million XRP moved by Ripple. According to data tracker, Ripple sent a massive 200 million XRP tokens worth over 438 million to an unknown wallet, sparking curiosity amongst XRP holders. This is what I've been telling you guys about this. This has been going on. Maybe they are testing the technology. No, no, that's not how the technology works at all. That is, I can debunk that for you right now. That is not how XRP works. XRP works for transferring cross-border, okay? And it's for exchanging from one currency to another. So we would see that. We would have knowledge of that. That is not what's happening. They're taking the money, and this is not the first time. This has been happening. They are hoarding it up instead of putting it back into the escrow. Okay, they used to take it and put it back into escrow. Now they're taking it and putting it into wallets, and they're leaking it out. Okay, and they're making money. It's a money grab. And if you don't believe that Ripple is after your money, you've lost the plot. This whole thing is about being after money. Everybody is here because they want to make money, and not everybody gets to do it. Somebody has to lose. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's just on the news now. Yeah, I know. And this has been happening for months. We've been tracking this happening since April. This is where the market manipulation comes from. Ripple is dumping on its holders, and it's creating hopium. Okay, why do you think Brad came out and said, oh yeah, we're going to take over 14% of Swift? I believe that guy about as far as I can throw him. All right, that guy is full of shit. Yeah, XRP tech will be obsolete soon enough. It already is. RLUSD makes XRP obsolete. It's useful. It facilitates gas fees, but yeah, it makes it obsolete. There's no purpose or use for it anymore. It's already old news. It was cool back in 2016 when I got it. Okay, I was like, yeah, this is it, baby. But I had to hold it all those years to finally make money and retire. I'm finally retired. I'm freaking old now. I could have retired a long time ago. If I'd have got into something else like Bitcoin, it screwed me. I could have retired so much earlier. I could have retired 4 years ago. Anyway, I like the idea of Ripple. I don't think that XRP is it. They're two different things, okay? I think I'd rather own shares in Ripple than I'd rather own shares in XRP. You get what I'm saying? They're two different things. Ripple and SEC asked the court to pause appeals as they fight to end the XRP case. Dragging it out. You know why they're dragging this out? Let me tell you why. Because the longer it's dragged out, the more retail keeps buying into it. As soon as it comes out that the case is settled and the injunction is still in place, everyone is going to flee XRP and it's going to tank. Okay? But as long as this keeps going on, they can keep feeding you the hopium. Just trust us. It's going to take some time. No. This is about keeping XRP's shares as high as they can for as long as they can so that they can get the price up and unload. And one day when they are ready, when they think that it's booming, they're going to dump those wallets on you. They're going to rug you guys. Ooh, You are going to have some nasty rug burns on your knees, baby. Nasty. Ooh, it's going to hurt. You're going to feel it in both ends. If this might be it is the biggest scam in history, I think you're right. I think it is. And it's technically not a scam. They're not breaking any laws doing it. But there's no regulation behind it. And they probably know regulations coming soon. And they're going to want to rug it before that comes, you know? This is going to be nasty. All right. You're going to feel it in both ends. I'm telling you. You're going to have a sore butt and throat. They still YouTubers preaching 1,000 XRP, laughing my ass off. I know, right? They think it's going to $11 million. It's crazy. I can't take it anymore. It's just not logical, okay? Market cap matters. Period. Market cap matters, and institutions need to be able to buy it for it to go up. And even if it's used in all the crazy things that everyone says it's gonna be, it's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom. The liquidity flows through it. It doesn't sit in it. There's a difference. Yeah, they're paid influence for sure. And that's why this show is suppressed so much, because we speak out against it. Neo, thank you for the 5 goats. So what coins you hold? XRP is a scam, I believe. Dude, RWAs. And you got to be careful because there's a lot of scams in RWAs. But dude, Algo, Ondo, they're my top 2. All right? But I don't hold any yet, okay? I'm still holding stable coins and my moon bags, and I'm waiting for my entry zone, and I believe that's coming. Oh yeah, dude, Ondo for sure. Algo as well. Algorand is going to be amazing. I didn't like Algorand, okay? I didn't like Algorand at first. I wasn't sure about it. And then when they had the crypto summit, and I believe it was the CEO or the founder of Algorand came up and spoke. After she talked, I was like, I need some of this. And I've been waiting for my time to buy, because I buy smart money positions. I'm not going to buy the top on something. So should I not buy more XRP? Oscar. I'm not saying that. Moon cheese is a thing, okay, Oscar? People are still going to FOMO into this, and that's why I pay attention to it, because I own some of it, and I'm collecting mad profits because of all of the hopium that it's being fed out there. So that's why I focus on it. But the purpose of this show is not to egg that on, but to tell you guys, so that way maybe I can save somebody's house payment or somebody's car payment, or they don't, you know, some people mortgage their houses for XRP. BlackRock is backing Ondo, I believe. Really? I wish Jesse was here right now to check this. Let's look at this. I think you're right, though. Ondo Finance and BlackRock have a strategic relationship focused on tokenization and integration of traditional finance with blockchain technology. Boom! There it is. There it is. Oscar messing with me. TA on Ondo, you got it, bro. You got it. Let me pull this down. We'll get back to the news. Yeah, let's do Ondo. I'm ready to buy some Ondo and some Algo for sure. I've been waiting patiently. I'm telling you this though, right now, when this thing's ready to buy and I buy it, you're going to see a massive God candle on these things. I'm going to throw everything I can at Ondo and Algo. All right, let's take a look and see here. Let's go into the 1 day. 1 day is where it's at, boys and girls. Okay. Here's the thing. Overall, this is an ascending broadening wedge. Now I know it's in the day, okay, but it's something that we should pay some recognition to. And let's say that it does bounce up here like this. That's a nice little head and shoulders right there. Bringing it right back to 20 cents, maybe even lower. Maybe we can get this thing at 10 cents. Okay. This would possibly be end of the bull run. That's forecasted for like November-ish. Okay. I may get a little bit sooner right before the bump. But I'm watching to see how it follows this blue line right here, okay? So now that I got the blue line there, let's go into the hour, okay? Oh yeah, 10 cent algo, even 20, dude. Anything would be great. This thing is going to do dollars. Okay, this is real world asset. This is going to be more than dollars. This is going to be I think this one could potentially do one of those $100 marks for sure. It's backed by, this is Ondo, it's backed by real estate. Okay, think of all the real estate in the world being tokenized, what the value of this could be. You think Swift and XRP is going to be big? This is going to be big, okay? This is going to give you everything that you want from XRP right here. All right? And look at let's see here. So look at, I've been saying this for a while. Look at, we got our head and shoulders. Our head and shoulders played out perfectly. And I think we've hit the bottom here. Now, I'm going to keep watching because in the day frame, is this bearish signal? Okay. And we are going into July. So I have a feeling that it dips down, I'd say 50 cents, 51 cents. That's when I'll probably buy. It'll run back up again. And who knows, maybe it goes up. You know, maybe this does something up here. Maybe it hits its bottom right here. But I'll tell you what, if this starts going up, this is a double bottom right here. Boom. That would mean it's going to $1.50 to $1.60. All right. I might just buy some now. I think I might be ready to buy some of this. Okay. I think it could potentially go lower, but I'll put 20, 40, 30%. I'm going to put 30% of what I want to own of this into it now, just because this looks like a nice double bottom. Look, it did it right here too. Boom. Actually like a triple bottom here. I think this one might be ripe. The current price is 72 cents. And I would imagine that it goes up to at least $1.50. This is Ondo. I think this one's just about ripe for picking. I'm going to get a little confirmation first before it goes. But this is that move that I told you I've been waiting for. We've been tracking this one for weeks now. It's finally starting to get to that point. I think it's got a little lower. I think I have my limit order set at 0.65. Oh yeah. It definitely looks prime. Nani, Crypto, you want to come on as a guest and talk? I'd love to have you on. I know we talked about it before. I know it's not scheduled and I didn't promote it, but if you want to come on, let's chat a little bit. Let me see if you're in the list of people here. Send me a request to come on. All right. I don't have multi-guest, but you can come on as a co-host. Oh, I know. Nani Crypto is a boss for sure. nothing but respect. Nothing but respect. Yeah, let's get you on here. Send me a request to come on as a co-host. I I decided I'm not doing the guest thing anymore. I want to do co-hosts. It's proper. This is a professional show. We want to do it properly here. What do you see Ondo hitting possibly? I think Ondo could come down to 0.665 as possibility, or it's already reached its bottom and it's going to go to $1.50. I don't know. I think you have to click for co-host. Let me see here. I'm still learning how to do it, to be honest with you. But because I have the dual layout, some people watch it in landscape, some people watch it in portrait. It doesn't allow me to do multi-guest. It only allows me to do co-host. And honestly, I'd rather have co-hosts on, because then you're like, your image and who you are is up here and it looks a little more professional. But I believe it's it looks like two links together like this, obviously, but it looks kind of like this is the symbol that you're going to click on. Kind of like an infinity symbol is what it looks like. You don't have to have camera, but you can still come on. You can use a filter too if you want. Buy XRP, it's going to the moon, obviously, and stack up on XDC. Interesting, Eagle. And why do you think that? I don't see the link. Still looking for it. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can send you a request. You may not. I put out a request. Nope. Oh, here we go. Suggested creators. Nani. I think you have to go into your own live. So, Nani, I think what you do is you go live and then you request to co-host. That's how it's done. Because you're basically have your live, I have my live, and it brings them together into one. Then we get massive viewership that way as well. Bullish on Link, nice, safe crypto for decent returns. Yeah, Link is a good one. And that's why I like SXT, because it's partnership with Chainlink. All right, Nani, I'll be expecting your request. I took a gamble on SXT and Ondo this morning at the lows. So far, gamble is making me money. Yeah, everything tanked so hard. I think it's just due for a turnaround. Everything's due for a turnaround. And I'll tell you what, I'm happy because I can pay the bills. Like, my trades pay for this entire operation. It is not cheap at all. We spent $16,000 alone just in building this studio, just so that you can't hear the airplanes. All right, let's see here. While we're waiting on Nani, let's cover some news here. Washington City bans Bitcoin ATMs amid surge in crypto scams. Oh, there she is.
Live.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good,
Welcome.
thanks. Oh, how are you? Thank you so much. It's nice to see you.
Yes, it's nice to see you too. How are you doing today?
Good. It's Friday morning here. Is it Friday? No, it's not. It's Thursday morning.
Thursday.
Morning. I
Where are
had a
you
late
at?
night. I think I went to bed. I'm in Sydney, Australia.
Oh, everybody watches from Sydney. Like I got my little crown on.
There you go.
So,
You too. Very, very nice.
what got you into crypto?
I got involved in crypto back in 2017. My dad at the time said you should buy Bitcoin. I went, you should buy what? I had never even heard of Bitcoin at the time. However, I did, I'm a big believer of trying everything, and I'm in IT, so it sounded geeky and just kind of was something that I thought would be a good idea. And but unfortunately, I bought Bitcoin at whatever it was back then, $1,200, I think it was. Put it onto a whole bunch of scam sites and lost everything.
Oh, you poor thing.
Baptism of fire, which is fine. However, the concept of how cool is this that I can send Bitcoin? So I'm Colombian, and just the fact that I could send crypto back home and bypass banks and all that kind of jazz without having to worry about it. I went, wait, this is really cool. Um, so I kept on doing my digging. I learned how to do trading. Had never really traded a day in my life, so I learned how to do trading from a guy in the US. I'm like, okay, that was going well. And then a couple of years later, I was contacted by a guy in the UK who I had been attending kind of a few of his Zooms and stuff. And he's like, we're setting up an academy. Do you want to be one of the founding coaches? And I'm actually, that sounds really cool. So I became a coach, just like one day a week and stuff, just kind of doing workshops. And the workshops were your basic kind of what everybody should know: send, receive, buy, sell, store, that kind of stuff. And then 3 years ago, I went, you know what? I could do this full time. So quit my job. And now I'm on TikTok and I'm on all social media and stuff. And I'm just trying to get as much people aware of what crypto is about without it being an overnight, get rich overnight and meme coin going to the moon, 100x, all that jazz. But they're like, I truly believe, and I say this with my hand on my heart, this is life changing. This is the kind of stuff that you wish you would have known about. I don't know. It's like saying back in the day when Microsoft came out and you're like, go buy Microsoft shares, and people would go, who's Microsoft?
Yeah,
That kind of stuff.
we're so early.
Yeah.
We're so early.
Oh, God. And that's what people don't get. Like
Yeah.
people say, but it's Bitcoin at $105,000. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's not too late. There's always a good opportunity around the corner. Just do yourself a favor, get educated, and at least make an informed decision on whether this is for you or not. Hey, it may not be. And you may decide not to get involved. And down the track, you'll probably go, crap, now I've got to do it because it's the only way to do it. But that's okay. At least you've started to learn about it. And I think, obviously the people on your live, my live, just the fact that they're here means they want to learn about it.
You know,
So yeah, that's me in a
that's something that
nutshell.
I do every time I get like an Uber driver. I tell them I always started out with this like, oh man, like how do you like driving? Oh, I love it and all this. I'm like, so what are your plans for once all the cars drive themselves? What are you gonna do? And they go, yeah, I've been thinking about that. I'm not really sure what I should do. And so then what I do is I tell them, hey, like this is your opportunity to secure yourself financially for when that
Yep,
comes, you know? And
absolutely.
that's how I turn them on. So I get all my Uber drivers to sign up and turn them on to crypto. They come watch the show, and you know that's really what this is all about: is trying to help people and secure their financial freedoms for not just themselves, but you know their bloodline for years to come. Uh, but you know, like we said, I don't think it's happening now. I don't. Everyone thinks that this is the year of mass adoption. It's not. It maybe 5 or 10 years down the road, sure, but we're just so early. So I tell people, I'm like, don't worry, don't FOMO right now. You're gonna have plenty of buying opportunities. It's a blessing, you know. Oh look, there you are. I can see your face.
I I thought I'd at least get a photo of me up and running. It's yeah. I went to bed at 3 a.m., so it's way too early for me to be anything kind of camera ready right now.
Well, you're absolutely stunning. I look
Thank you so much.
I look haggard.
You do not look haggard at all, at all.
Hey
Look,
chat,
I was going to
everybody.
just make a comment on what you said though. And I think the one thing that I've learned, so I'm a projector. For those who don't know what that means, it just means that I get on my soapbox when people ask me about crypto because I'm so passionate about it. And it was crazy because 8 years ago when I got involved, it sounded so great that I'd ring everyone and I'd message everyone, and I was like kind of like this really bad MLM marketer, just trying to tell everyone about what was going on. These days, I'm like, one, I don't have the time or the energy to do that. And two, it's like, I'm here if people want to know about it. But if people do genuinely want to know about it, the fact that we're out there just sharing with people, even if all you do is dollar cost average Bitcoin for as long as you can, as little as much as you can, I truly believe that if people start doing that, then it's our job, and that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. It's our job to go out there and just share, small pearls of wisdom to just tell people this is happening. You have this opportunity. Like you said, start doing this now. You're not too late, and get started. $10 a week, $20 a month. It doesn't matter. It's get started. I think that's huge, and people really need to start doing that.
I agree. What are your thoughts on XRP?
I laugh because it's the question. It's the $1 million question, isn't it? Look, I've been dollar cost averaging XRP for a very long time. Um, I literally got into it. Not I'm not going to lie. It wasn't because of the technology. It was because of it was one of those coins that people were screaming the most about. So I decided to buy it, and I'm
Right.
still holding on to it. Right? That's what happened back then. I think these days, there's a couple of thoughts I have in it. Number one is I definitely think that the project as potential with financial systems and integration and all that kind of stuff, I really think it's there. And I think that it's going to be one of those projects that has a blockchain that makes a true difference in real life, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
I definitely believe that. Number one. Number two, I think that because of the amount of hype there is around that, people are getting in expecting for it to go to 10,000, whatever. And because it hasn't happened, it's like, it's a scam.
Right. And I
Guys,
think
if
that's on
you
purpose.
haven't done your research, sorry, what was that?
I think that that's on purpose. It's by design to keep people out of it, I think.
Right.
It's a
So the
fundraiser
amount
right
of
now.
people that exactly, and the amount of people that think it's going overnight, it's going to go to 10,000 overnight, and it doesn't happen, whether you've been in it for a day or a month. I think if that's what you're waiting for, you're going to have to sit down because it's going to be a long wait. It isn't going to happen overnight.
Agreed.
When
And
it
that's what
comes to price,
I tell my followers. I'm like, hey, like, you know, why buy the top of the cycle? Let's trade the volatility, grow our bags, and look for a smart entry zone because it's coming.
100%. And I truly believe that. When it comes to the price, as you said, I I just think, whether we like it or not, there can be a lot of manipulation in prices in crypto. And it's, believe it or not, it's the people who are influential enough, call it the whales, call it whatever you want, they're keeping the price down. Who wouldn't want to buy XRP at $2? Right? It's like, think about Bitcoin. If there was a time in Bitcoin where they could have kept the price at $100, they would have. Why? Because the more people try wanting to buy it at that price. So it's the same kind of concept. Now, and I do say this on my lives, I don't know, and I don't have a crystal ball to know what the price is going to be. Is it going to be higher from this? Absolutely. That's the only thing I'm sure of.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe $25 in the next decade. What do you
Actually,
think?
that sounds pretty realistic to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell people. And people think that that's crazy and outlandish that I would say that. But I think $25, 20, 30, maybe 20, 50. But I think we could be at, $25 by then. But will it stay at $25? No, it'll probably come down to 10. Um, it just depends on its use cases. There's no way for us to know. Every creator that talks like they know what they're talking about, it's all speculation. At this point, everything is speculation. But I actually believe that probably by 2030, XRP could possibly be obsolete. And
Oh, wow. Okay.
I believe that obviously right now there's the no CBDCs ban in the US. That's an executive order. It only lasts about a year. And what I believe is it will run its course and be swept under the rug and nobody will really talk about it. And I believe that the main goal and focus is to move towards CBDCs. I know other countries, that's what they want. And, stable coins. They want to do stable coins. And the proof is in the pudding. The first thing that came out as far as legislation was a stable coin bill. That's a red
The
flag for
Genius Act, yeah.
yeah, that's a red flag for me, right? Because if they were going to be using XRP like a currency, like everybody's talking about, and all these other coins, wouldn't it be good to put some kind of legislation out that clarifies whether or not they're securities or commodities? I think that it's um, indicative that they are moving towards CBDCs by pushing these stablecoin bills. And I think part of it has to do with what's going on with Bitcoin and Tether. I don't know if you know about that. But there's been some speculation as to for every dollar, or excuse me, for every $100 in Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1 because they've been basically printing Tether coin, stable coin out of thin air. And I think that that's,
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. So there's a massive scandal, and like you can track the money on this one. I believe I have a video of it in my profile. I think it's more in depth for subscribers that kind of gives more of the detail on it. And we've covered it a couple
Yeah.
times here. But there's obviously something going on between Tether and Bitcoin, and that's what's keeping the price inflated and keeps it going up. And I keep telling people, with regulation comes investigation, and they're pushing the stablecoin bill. I think that this could be the end of Tether and the collapse of Bitcoin. And that's why I think that if that does happen, XRP would probably skyrocket because everybody's going to, think, oh, we better get into XRP. But I'm kind of leaning more towards real world assets because let's just say that I'm correct. Okay. Obviously, this is speculation, but let's just say that I'm correct. And stable coins is the future of currency and CBDCs is what it's going to be. Okay. Then basically, most of these tokens will be useless. They'll be liquidity pools and service gas fees. That's their only operation. That's what I believe is coming. So I'm more into RWAs because it's a pretty much a guarantee because the value is going to be backed by real world assets. So gold, silver, Ondo, for instance, is real estate.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of focusing on those because it's a way to hedge just in case. Because I'm not blind to the fact. Of course, I'm going to hold some XRP. Of course, I'm going to hold some Bitcoin. But I think I'm a little more bullish on RWAs because of that reason.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I think one of the things that for example, when I talk to people about their portfolios, because I think everyone needs to take a good long hard look at your portfolios. Don't just buy something and be diamond hands forever. Check your
Yes,
portfolios. Check to
that's
see what's
why
going.
I'm
And you've got
just
to
retired
understand,
now.
like
I'm retired now
exactly.
because I could have been retired a long time ago, but I diamond hand the shit out of things because I was like, oh, I'm a millionaire. I'm going to be a billionaire now. I'll just keep holding on to it. Oh man, I didn't
Yes,
know.
I agree. I agree. I obviously there were coins that I got back in the day where yes, maybe back in the day they were the shit and they were doing really well. And it's like, sure, it's the potential of what these projects were going to do was just like you said, it's one of those things that you think, if this comes true and this coin goes through the roof, right? That's a lot of what we get into. These days, I am very aware that those projects that we got into back then are not really doing a lot. Whether it's they're not, interacting with their community, there's no roadmap, we were going to do this, but hey, by the way, 5 years later, we've done nothing. the reality is that you have to keep an eye on your portfolio. So I'm not a maximalist of anything. I'm a big believer on diversification when it comes to a portfolio, but definitely look out for
I
those
think
projects. Oh,
I
oh,
think that depends, though. I get what you're saying about diversification for sure. If you have a massive portfolio like me, yes. But there's a lot of people that they've got 500 bucks, maybe $1,000, and they've got, you know, $10 here, $5 here, and it's split out
oh, okay.
between like,
Okay, I
you
hear
know,
what
a
you're saying.
hundred different projects. And I'm like, dude, you're never going to make any money because of gas fees. So like you need to
Yeah.
consolidate it more. So like I do coaching and I do technical analysis classes as well. And so I try to cater to what each individual's use case
Yeah,
is
me
because
too.
everyone's a little bit different. And
Yeah.
people they just hear, oh, I need to diversify, and so they're all over the place, and I'm like, bro, like, let's bring it down,
Yeah,
okay, let's
that's
pick
too
one or
much
two, maybe three.
diversification.
Yeah. And you know
I
they're
do agree
trying.
though. I think if you're only holding like a very small amount, whether it's $100, $500, like pick your top three at most, maybe like whatever it may be. Go into your research on whatever projects you want to get involved in and just hold on to those. I do think if you've got $500 and you've got 50 coins, you've got way too many coins. Like I'm like you, I've obviously been in this space for a while and I've been accumulating assets for a while. So I was telling the guys in my live just last night, we had someone asked me, and I'm like, at one point I had 200 coins. I'm not lying. There was 200. Probably half of them weren't even, or they were around, but they weren't doing anything. I think right now I'm sitting at about, I think it's about 55 or 60 or something like that. And I'm okay with that. Because, again, because of the amount of assets that I've been accumulating over time. But if you're just getting started, definitely, two or three max.
Yeah.
Just get started with that. Look at your top 10, see what they're doing. Start with that. And then go, okay, now I want to get into RWA. Go and look at something like Ondo, stuff like that. But definitely don't be buying. And as far as, well, I have a question for you, and I'm sure your thoughts are probably the same as mine. What are your thoughts on meme coins?
Oh, I don't touch them with a 10-foot pole, man. I
Good to know.
I've
Good to know.
nothing but horror stories have I heard from meme coins. I used to do it
Yeah,
back in the day when it was a big deal. I made a lot of money off of Shiba Inu, um, but also
right.
at the same time, excuse me, like you were saying, like DCAing. Okay, I learned my lesson. Okay, I put $1,000 into Shiba Inu in May of 2020, and if you can calculate the math,
Right.
it made me a millionaire. All right.
Right.
But I thought, oh, because of everything that was going on with COVID and everything, I was like, oh, they're switching to this new thing. And I believed it was the new paradigm and all this stuff. And so I held on to it. And as it kept going down, I kept buying the dip, all
Oh
the way to
no,
the
the
bottom.
average went down.
I know. And I could have been
Ouch.
retired a long time ago and been good.
Right.
And I learned my lesson. And I noticed like a lot of people that come to me with looking for help or whatever, like they're doing those same things. They're making those same mistakes. And so it's like I'm offering them a chance to learn, to not have to make that mistake because I don't think they have. But maybe one more bull run after this one, maybe two, and then it's over
Right.
and then it's too late. And
And the reality is that the bull runs are not, and that's the other thing people have to understand. The cycles, yes, I know the cycle happens every 4 years, and you have to understand that as the game changes, and that's a reality, right? You can't say that if you've played chess for the first time, it's going to be the same if you're playing chess, I don't know, 20 years later. The game in essence is the same, but your strategy isn't going to be the same.
right.
And I think that's what's happening with crypto, right? You can't say that the bull run, that my first ever bull run, 2017, it went crazy. We were making 500%, 1,000% of just your normal everyday coins. Like it was crazy.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm not saying that hasn't happened. We made some really great returns of things like ZebX, XCN. There was quite a few coins that we've picked over the last 6 months that have made us over 5,000% since January, which is amazing. But it is getting trickier. The the whole concept of an alt season. I kept getting asked last night, is there going to be an alt season? I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you this. You don't need to be in an alt season to be making positive returns from
Agreed.
trading.
We can be in a
have
bear market and there's money to be made.
100%, if you have a strategy and you follow it and the guideline and you go, this is what I'm going to do to get in, this is what you have a clear exit strategy, it shouldn't matter whether we're in an alt season or not. And I think the amount of people that are waiting for this magical alt season that may or may not happen, again, regardless of whether it happens or not, there's money to be made. If you're in the space, just top 5 things that you could be doing to make money in crypto, regardless of whether we have an alt season or not. If you're dollar cost averaging, that asset is going to increase in value, right? Dollar cost averaging hodling. Trading. Again, you can trade regardless of an alt season. Staking. If you're staking an asset, I'm not going to say it's going to make you rich overnight, but you're in essence earning an asset that you believe is going to increase in value, what I call crypto rain. I will get I get crypto rain every single day, right? You can use liquidity pools. Yes, it's a little bit more complicated than other things, but liquidity pools are another way to earn. I'm involved in projects where I put USD to work and I get whatever, 4 or 5% a month. So there is a lot of ways to earn money in crypto. So the people who are just sitting around, arms folded, not wanting to get in because they're waiting for that alt season, I think you're doing yourself a disservice.
I
Because
agree.
again, there is money to be made. I just think you just need to learn about what the opportunities are and don't just jump in. Look, Oz and I are here today. We're having a chat with you guys, everyone on Oz's live, everyone on my live, and we're here just telling you about stuff that obviously we've done and stuff that works. But please, whatever you do, if there's anything you take away from today's live, remember this. Always do your own research. None of what we share is financial advice because none of us are financial advisors. And please remember, don't ever put anything into crypto you can afford to lose. That you can't afford to lose, sorry. Always use risk capital.
Yeah.
Don't use next month's rent, next month's mortgage payment. Remember that just like we are in it for the long term and we're looking to, as I said, to be crypto millionaires, it could all go down because that's the way the market is. It's very high risk and it's very volatile. So please remember that.
Agreed. One thing that I teach is that the way to become wealthy and stay wealthy is to take high risk investments with a small amount of money. And then once you reach a large amount of money, you want to take low risk investments. So I have both, I have a little bit that I do with crypto, but most of my long term that is my bread and butter that keeps me retired is in defense contracts on the stock market because it's,
Right.
a guaranteed pretty much. But I wanted to recap on what you were saying about alt season, whether it's coming or not. I have a bit of speculation. So I'm calling
I'd
this.
love your thoughts.
I'm calling this cycle. This is my coined phrase right here. You may hear it here and there, but I'm calling it the simul cycle or the unicycle. Okay.
The unicycle.
Yeah.
Please elaborate.
So as you notice, everything is moving with Bitcoin right now, right? Pretty much. Some obviously aren't, but a lot of the big utility projects, they're all moving together in unison with Bitcoin. Not 100%, but very close. And so I can look at pretty much any project and the pattern may be different. Like one will be a head and shoulders, but the other will be a double top. It's like they're all moving together, right? And one thing else I've noticed is we have more projects than have ever existed in crypto in any other bull cycle, and the liquidity
100%.
is more spread out. Okay.
Yep.
And so because of that, we're not seeing the big, massive pumps we've seen in the past. And then on top of it,
100%.
everybody knows how the cycle goes. So there are people who are like, well, Bitcoin's already pumped. I better get into altcoins because I can get ahead of the curve. And then there's people who are like, well, why would I get into altcoins? I can get into meme coins early. And so it's just spread all the liquidity out across the board. And Do I think we'll see an alt season? Maybe. And the only reason we
Maybe.
would is because people believe it and they want it to happen, so it will. But here's the problem is everyone will be expecting returns like prior cycles, and the liquidity is more spread out. They're not going to see the returns that they're expecting, and they're going to end up holding and losing because they're
And they'll road
expecting.
trip.
Yeah,
They will road trip and come all the way back down again.
exactly. They'll be waiting for something that never comes. And I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, I make a lot of fucking money, you know? But excuse my language, sorry. I didn't mean to cuss in front of a lady.
That's okay. Do you know what another thing I think we need to remember as well? And again, this is very similar along those lines of the old season conversation, is this concept of, so on the back of that, the way that used to work, and again, third bull run, and it's the way it has worked in the past was everybody would get into Bitcoin, right? This is the way the cycle would work. So everyone would get into Bitcoin, everyone would stay there for a little bit, then they'd get bored, right? Because Bitcoin moves very slowly compared to everything else. And they'd go, oh, wait, shiny objects, smart contracts, and they'd jump into ETH. And then ETH would pump, right? And then they'd stay in that, and they're like, okay, I'm bored of this too. I'm going to get into altcoins, meme coins, whatever it may be. And off they would go. That's the way the liquidity would work, which is, if you've been on my lives, you know I've spoken about things like Bitcoin dominance and that kind of stuff and why that's relevant. Now, do I feel this cycle has worked? You've got now, you don't only just have retail right now, right? With the whole, US pro crypto plus strategic reserves plus ETFs plus all of that, big shiny bright lights has gotten a whole bunch of institutional money into crypto. So it's not just retail anymore.
right.
And you have to understand something. While I can go, yes, I'm in Bitcoin and everything else, there is no incentive for these businesses to go and figure out what all these other projects are doing. They will get into Bitcoin and they will stay in Bitcoin forever, right? That is where they want to be, which is why when I looked at Bitcoin dominance yesterday, it's actually higher, even though Bitcoin's going down. It's sitting at about 64. It was 64% yesterday, right? Now, ETH, significantly lower at 9%, hasn't really moved. Now, do I think ETH is forgotten or not working? Or no, it's just, again, that now we have heard news of a lot of big wigs buying ETH, because I do think it will turn around. I do think we could easily do a 2x from where we are now. But we're not talking 10, like your conversation about something like, even Ondo, right? If we're thinking Ondo could do something like, or XRP could do like $25, we're talking easily a 10x. I don't see ETH doing that anytime soon.
I agree.
So you guys have to understand that when it comes to cycles, a lot of the institutional money, the big wig money, it's going to stay in Bitcoin. They don't need to move.
Right.
So don't expect this cycle to be the same as every other. Does that mean we can't make money? Absolutely not. It just means instead of you making 500, 600%, you may be making 30, 40, 50%. Now, I don't know about you guys, but where can you make 30% on any, normal banking kind of solution that offers you? What are they offering these days, Oz, in your side of the world? They're offering us about 1% a year, I think, if we're lucky here. Yeah?
Yep. If you're lucky.
So the opportunity means that we're actually going to be able to stay on the sidelines when it comes to, getting involved in too many projects, but definitely realizing that the cycle's moved a little bit, but we can still make money from it. People need to understand that.
Yeah, and like you said about Ethereum, one thing we've also learned is I don't think Ethereum is the gauge anymore for alt season. Basically, I would say Ethereum's somewhat obsolete. Will it play a role in the ecosystem? Of course. But I think it's losing its crown, so to speak, because
I
one, it's
agree.
very expensive to transact on Ethereum. Very expensive. There's so many other options now. And also, there's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum on a global scale. They actually came out and spilled the beans and said that at the crypto summit. I think it was back in, when was that? March? February, March?
Yeah, I think it was March.
Yeah, and go back and rewatch it and listen to what Ethereum says and pay attention. Um, yeah, Ethereum is not looking good as far as the technology. Yes, it was great when it first came out, but there are better options now. And I think the normies will still, conflate the whole Bitcoin dominance and Ethereum dominance if they're that educated. But I think more people that know about those things are educated to the fact that Ethereum's a dying technology and it has to catch up. It is way behind. What do you think?
I absolutely agree with that. And the other thing people need to remember is in this space, it is about, and people think it's not, and I truly disagree with that. It is about who screams the loudest, who is out there letting people know what's going on, community wise, roadmap wise, partnerships. That is a huge deal. Go and look at what Ondo is doing with all these different partners, right? And how they're trying to get out there and how they've got a roadmap. They're making it happen. They're out there in the community that like if you think about the I guess the human mind these days, what do we do constantly, whether we like it or not? We sit on our phones, we scroll, we're on socials every day, right? And whether we like it or not, the amount of people that are hearing about crypto is from TikTok. I mean, TikTok, a social media platform where, believe it or not, there are people who believe that crypto doesn't exist on TikTok. They have no idea because here we are having an amazing conversation about it.
Right.
Having said that, if you are not out there telling the world, telling your community, showing us what you're doing, the way I see ETH these days, you're just not showing up anymore. You used to be the cool friend that I used to hang out with, and all of a sudden you've gone silent. I don't know what ETH is doing anymore. I don't see results, roadmaps. I don't see anything to get excited about. Now, does that mean I'm going to sell the ETH that I have for now? No. I'll wait for it to do probably a 2x and then I'll sell some more. But I do think that there are projects, the likes of Ondo, that are out there every day, even Solana, projects that are out there every day telling us why it makes sense to be involved with these projects. What do you think, guys?
I mean, I do like Solana, but I feel like they pretty much already came out and said that it's the meme coin network, and that it's basically for collectors items. That's where I'm kind of at with Solana, but I do think it's great. It's fast, it's cheap, it's better than Ethereum, that's for sure. But I think the XRPL is going to probably take over Solana as well. But that doesn't mean that XRP is going to 11D, because like I said, I do think that Ripple will be the forefront of all of this technology on a global scale. But XRP is like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it because the liquidity flows through it. It gets its value from the people that hold it, not from
Right.
liquidity flowing through it. And I think more or less it's going to be stable coins. But I think that the XRPL will be the leader in the ecosystem. But I just don't think Ethereum really has much of a seat at the table anymore. That doesn't mean that they can't create new technology and they can't change and adapt. And it doesn't mean that it'll be nothing. It just I see it more as an ecosystem. There's so many people that look at like XRP, for instance, and they think that this is going to be the one thing and that's all there's going to be and it's going to take over everything and all this, right? And I get where they get
Yeah.
that idea from. Um, about the proposal on the SEC website for XRP? Uh, Do you know?
Um, are you talking about the one that was postponed to August 15th or something different?
Let me pull it up here real quick. Oh, you people can't see my screen right now. Um,
No.
So there's a let me see. So there's this this is on the sec.gov website, and this is the comprehensive proposal XRP as a strategic finance asset for the US. Economic analysis, and you can go check this out. This is on, all you got to do is put in Google SEC proposal XRP, and this will come right up, okay? And read through it. It basically states that it's going to replace basically the US dollar and replace the entire financial system and all these things and how it can be done and everything, right? And so people believe, because it's on the sec.gov website, that it's has validity, right? That's where a lot of this $10,000 price action comes from. However, this is a proposal, okay? So some random TA guy named Maximilian Strodinger wrote this. He's basically if I wrote it.
Love his name.
Yeah. It's basically as though I wrote it and I submitted it to the website and got it posted up there. So it has no validity whatsoever. But people are using it as an indication of, oh, this is what the SEC plans to do. And I think that's where a lot of that FUD comes from, or this hopium. People think that it's going to be this end all be all, and it's just going to be this one world currency, everything, right? I don't see it that way. I see it more as this is going to be an ecosystem. And even it was, oh, what's his name? Not Brad Garlinghouse, the other guy with the hippie hair. It looks like
I'm terrible with names.
Oh gosh, I can't think of his name. Who's the guy? I always forget his name.
It's on the tip of your tongue, isn't it?
Yeah. God, it's not Chad, help me out. The other guy that works with Brad Garlinghouse. Yeah, David Schwartz. Thank you. Thank you, chat. David Schwartz even said at the XRP conference, all right, that it was an ecosystem and that it wouldn't be this end all be all to cryptocurrency like everyone's saying. He literally said it out of the horse's mouth, and people still believe it. And then Brad comes out, what is it, a few weeks later, and he says that XRP is gonna, or I can't remember. I got to watch it again. But he says that XRP is going to take over 14% of Swift, right? And I'm like, first of all, Brad has lied to us so many times. I don't believe anything that he says. And it's in his best interest to keep the price of XRP up as high as possible. So of course
it's like the boy who cried wolf at this point.
Yeah, and so of course he's going to say that. Of course. And it's all speculative anyway. And so I don't give any validity to it. And I literally have this young kid that comes on the show, and we talk like you and I are. And he's just like, oh, Brad said it's going to take over 14% and this and that. And I'm like, don't you understand that it's in his best interest to keep the price of XRP up as high as possible for as long as possible? Because people like you are his paycheck. Like, do you not understand that?
Yeah.
And I literally have people that come into the chat and they're like, oh, Brad Garlinghouse is a saint and he's for the people and he wants, I'm like, no, he doesn't. He cares about his company and the shareholders. What do you think?
That's it.
And I'm like, they're so brainwashed, And that's part of why I focus on XRP, is to kind of reel people in and bring them back to reality. That's the whole purpose of this show. I'm not here to talk anything bad about XRP. I love XRP. It was XLM was the first thing I ever bought. XRP was the second thing I ever bought. I've loved this thing for a long time, but I also feel a lot of people have been lied to, and they think that they can throw $100 at something and forget about it and come back at the end of the year and be a millionaire. And that's just not the case. And so I feel like it's a these creators and the information they're putting out are doing a real disservice to not just the crypto community, but crypto in general. They're going to put a bad taste in people's mouth about crypto, and they're not going to want to touch it. How do you feel?
Absolutely. And people and see, people need to understand that. Like, and that's why I was saying before, like, do I think XRP has potential? 100%. Do I think the price is going to increase? 100%. Like, I'm not going to lie about that. But people need to understand that this isn't a get rich quick scheme. This isn't a, it's going to 10,000 because everybody wants it to go to 10,000. That's not the way it works. If you don't
Right.
know what market cap is, go and look at what the market cap is. What do you think XRP needs to get to that price? We had a conversation the other day with the guys from the Rise Up show, Evan and Alex. Great little live we did, and he was talking about how people need to look into things a lot more than just kind of do I think 10,000 is possible? Yes, go and check out his video. He literally did a comparison between XRP and um, Bitcoin, and stop trying to compare that just because Bitcoin's sitting at 100,000 and it started with $10. That's what XRP is going to do. Like
Yeah,
it does. That's not the way it works, right? People need to stop comparing
right. They
XRP and Bitcoin.
think, and the thing is Bitcoin only does that because of it's fractionalized every 4 years. That's why we have a bull
Exactly.
cycle every 4 years.
Right.
XRP doesn't have that same framework, you know. And another thing is like um, everybody thinks that. Oh shoot! I just had a brain fart. I forgot what I was gonna say.
It's gone. It's gone. You know what I did want to comment on? You made it, and it was a little while ago, so I'll bring it up because I had forgotten it too, about the stable coins.
Oh yes.
And I just want to remind everyone when it comes to stable coins, and I truly believe this, I've been, we were all, and I'm assuming everyone's probably around the same. We've been brought up to work for the rest of our lives, do a 9 to 5, do the work for a boss, yada, yada, yada. Whether you're paying a superannuation, 401k, or KiwiSaver, just different parts of the world. That's kind of the same thing we've been taught, been thrown at year over year, our parents, us, our kids, whatever. Here's a thought when it comes to stable coins. If you don't want to get involved with the volatility of these assets that we've been talking about since we started this amazing conversation, I would recommend, and this is not a financial, this is just what I'm doing, is I'm taking my money that I value, so the stuff that I've worked hard for, and I'm not leaving it in banks anymore. Why? Because I don't know if you guys are aware, but with everything happening on in the Middle East, people can't take their money out of the bank in Iran. True fact, right? I don't know if you're aware when, and it's happened multiple times throughout, you know, history, where people cannot get access to their own money. There is a law here in Australia that says if you're going to take $10,000 at the bank, you have to give them a valid reason.
Yeah.
It's my money. That should be valid reason enough. But anyway, I won't go down that rabbit hole because we'll be talking here forever.
No, I
However,
know. I know.
if you believe that you value what you've worked hard for, because I don't value fiat. Obviously, it's a devaluating currency that is losing its value every day. Take that you have and put it into a stable coin. USDT, USDC, RLUSD. There's so many options these days. Take it and put it into crypto. That way, you're avoiding the volatility, but you have it in a place, obviously on your own cold wallet, soft wallet, whatever, wherever you want to store it. Just don't leave it on exchanges, and it's yours to do as you wish, to spend as you wish, to give you savings, stability. Oh, so many things. But
You
I
are
really
amazing, by the way.
think
You are
people should do
literally
that.
saying everything I've been saying for so long. I love that there's someone backing up what I've been saying. I pulled out most of my money in January. I think January 29th, I pulled out of the market, and I've been holding stable
Yeah.
coins pretty much ever since. There are times when it hits
Wow.
big lows and I'll put it back in, and but then I pull it right back out. It goes right into stable coins. I'm collecting my APY, and that's where you should be buying in at smart money zones, waiting for the bull run to
Yep.
come. It pumps up, and then get your money out and get it into stable coins and collect that APY.
I have a concept, and it may be something that you align with. Oz. It's crazy because when I hear you talk, I think there are people in this space. Look, the reality is it's TikTok, right? So you can find everything on this space, whether you like it or not. But there are people that, like, I've had a couple of conversations again with the Rise Up guys, with Bullish Babe, and people who have been on my lives, and it's great because you hear them talk, and it's like they're literally echoing the stuff you're thinking about. So it's great to meet other people like yourself who are on the same wave, and that's awesome. So thank you so much for what you do and everything that you offer, because I know you're helping so many people out there get educated. But what I was going to say was, there's a concept that I have, and this concept came about probably 2 or 3 years ago, during probably before I started doing TikTok again. And I was sitting on one of my workshops for the academy that I was telling you guys about, and I was sitting, okay, so I don't earn a wage anymore, right? So I'm not, the way superannuations work here in Australia is you get paid a wage, and then you decide to put 3% of that into a superannuation, and then the government will put another 3% there for you. Okay. Thank you, Bill, so much for the gifts. And that's great. That's awesome. That worked for as long as you don't know any better, right? Because think about it. If the government's giving me 3%, then you're like through the roof excited. Hey, you're giving me money more than what I'm earning. So it makes sense. But
Get
here, listen
more
to this.
percent cash back for using my credit card at the gas pump than what the bank gives me back.
Exactly. So the thought of having a superannuation means that that money is locked up, and I can't touch that. I think in Australia it's like 65 years old, and I'm pretty sure that by the time I get there, it will be like 85 years old. What makes you think that I want to even spend my money at that point? By that point, I should be relaxing on a beach somewhere. So no, I want to spend it now, or I want to go and make it work now. So that's my concept on superannuation. Think of this concept though, Oz. What if I took that money that 3% that you're, setting aside on your wage, and you go ahead and put that into the stable coin, and you turn that into, wait for it, a crypto pension.
Yeah.
What do I mean by a crypto pension? It is a pension that you have control over. You don't have to wait until whatever old. Now, does that obviously give a sense of responsibility? 100%. I'm going to tell you a really quick story. When I was a kid, I used to be given. I was a big fan of collecting watches, and my mum used to give me a watch. I kid you not, maybe probably every birthday, every Christmas. Every time the watches would get lost, they'd get broken, they'd get right. Why? Because it was just being given to me. Whenever, I can't remember how old I was. I want to say I was 18 when I first bought my first watch. I ended up with 30 watches, different colors, different makes, different really cool watches, because I got them and I took care of them. So I was responsible for this money that I had spent on these expensive watches, and they were amazing. It's the same kind of concept. So if the government keeps giving you this money that you can't touch until you're 85, why not create a pension that you control, that you have access over, that you can spend whenever you want? But of course we won't, because we are building. I mean, we can still take profits from the top. Why not? But we will build that to be a 7-figure. This is where our first goal is: 7-figure crypto millionaire, live life from crypto, never have to worry a day in your life. What do you reckon, Oz?
Uh, Actually, that's exactly what I did. So I just retired in
I
January.
love it.
Um, I cashed out my 401k and pension, and I'll tell you what, they did not want to let me have it. And I was like, no,
I
this is
can
my money. I'm
imagine.
taking it. I took all my money out, and I took a portion of it for investing, and the rest of it sits in stable coins until we bottom out the cycle, and then I will reinvest it that way and wait for the next moon. But yeah, I did that, but I already had investments that I'd been building on before that too as well. But yeah, I was like, I got to a point where I didn't need to work anymore because of my investments and what I've been doing with trading. And I decided, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to be a full-time day trader now, and I'll
Congratulations, Oz. That's
make more
awesome.
money. And I did exactly what you're saying, and I made that a reality, and that's where I'm at today. That's why I can go live 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, because I'm not making any money. I made $3.85 on this live. You know, um, you
People
know,
don't understand the limited amount. Like, people say you go live to make money. I'm like, Hun, you have no idea. I don't make money from my lives. I obviously there are people who know about me, so they may go onto the website. They may be interested in doing one of the trading courses, the crypto for beginners courses, that kind of jazz. But from TikTok, I think last night I was live, and I'm not going to exaggerate when I think I was live for like 5 hours because it was two different lives because I got suspended halfway through it, and then they gave it back to me. I think it was like, wait for it, 57 cents. I think that was the total that I got during
Yeah.
the 5 hour live.
Everybody thinks I'm making buku bucks over here doing the live thing. No, I'm
We're not.
bleeding out. I think we spent just over $16,000 building the studio. And then I employ
Wow.
3 journalists, a fact checker, and an IT investigative journalist. So he does all the
Very
IT
nice.
stuff, but he also does IT investigation. And yeah, we're bleeding out here, and that's part of like why I'm like, hey, like we need to start,
But you're educating so many people, Oz. And
exactly,
I don't know where you stand in that, but and I think people need to understand this. We're not here because we're making money from telling you guys about, the stuff that we're looking into, the wallets that we might use, the platforms that we might use, the exchange, whatever it is that we're talking about on the day. We don't do it for like, I want to go and make money by we're not making money out of it. We're just sharing with you because I don't know where you're at when you started your journey. I know when I started my journey back in 2017. So I'm an IT consultant slash programmer. So I'm a geek at the best of times. But when I started looking into Bitcoin, I could not find easy to understand information. Everything that was out there was you had to be a geek, you had to understand blockchain technology. And I'm like, dude, it's like you're talking a different language. I genuinely don't understand what you're talking about. So then I went, but no, but this still makes sense. So I kept on going down the rabbit hole. And then I realized, and at some point I've been told multiple times throughout my life that apparently I'm really good at simplifying things and making it easy to understand. And I'm like, okay, what if I take the information that took me years to actually understand, share that with people, make it easy for people to get involved? Then that means I've helped someone. So
exactly.
I
That's the
think
whole
a
purpose of
big
this
part,
live is to help people,
100%, 100%.
and
It's
like
amazing. I am so glad I came up here today. It's just
I am too.
it's like having a conversation with a mate from a lifetime ago. It's so cool.
I know, right? Easy to talk to. Yeah, I appreciate you
Very.
coming on. Um, so we also do the news on this show, by the way, in case you hadn't noticed
Oh,
or
cool.
you haven't watched the show. So we do TA technical analysis. I give out the price points, but it's also I'd say it's a financial news media outlet, but we also follow like the wars and stuff going on because I think that plays a role in finance.
It does.
But
Yes.
this is a financial news media outlet. That's what our main thing is here. I just use the TA to rope people in because I'm watching the charts anyway.
Right.
So I figured, you know what, make it part of the show. And part of it
Absolutely.
was like, crypto's all the rage right now. What about when the bull runs over? There has to
Yeah.
be something to continue on with. So,
And I think that's what people need to understand. Like when we do our lives, like, I go live Wednesdays and Sundays, and yes, I will answer all of your questions because I always do. It doesn't matter what you're asking me. I was just looking at the chat. I can see a few people asking me about coins. It's a different live today. I'm having a chat here with my mate Oz, so we're not talking about coins and TAs. However,
hi, chat.
come and jump on the lives. Wednesday, Sunday will be here. But what I do want to remind you guys is we're here to help you guys get educated. And believe it or not, it's not just about that one coin that you're focusing on. It's not about that one TA that you're thinking, am I going to get rich with this coin? There is so much more to this space. There is so much to learn, so much and I'm not just talking about and I don't know how you feel about this, Odds, and I think people are missing this part of the space. Yes, making money in this space is important. Of course it is. I wouldn't be in this space if I was making $0. That's obvious. However, think outside of the box a little bit. Think about what you're getting from a mindset perspective, from a financial freedom. Stop thinking about following governments, banks, and bosses, of devaluating fiat, of the fact that I can control my own money, be your own bank. That kind of concept. that is life changing. So
Yes,
whether you decide to be in crypto or not, be in it from the mindset. Learn about ways, like I don't know how many times I've heard, not just from people on the lives, but just in real life, the amount of people that say, I have more month than money, I am on a 9 to 5, and I only have a single wage. You should be having multiple income streams. You should be looking for other ways to learn, to earn. But I truly believe that crypto is a great addition to anybody's life, whether it's you have one job, whether it's you don't have a job, whether it's you're trying to find ways to get ahead. I really think you can do that in crypto. Genuinely believe that.
I agree. And they want you to live in the pod, eat the bugs. They want you on UBI. And this is our way to combat that. This is our way to build financial freedom for you and your family for generations to come. Generational wealth. And that's the overall goal here, is to help people to see a future that's bright, because right now the future looks bleak. But for those of us here in this space, we see the writing on the wall and we know where things are headed, and we have an opportunity to be ahead of the curve right now.
I think I was having a conversation the other day with someone and I was saying people don't get it, but it's like this matrix concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys are out there in the matrix and you think it looks real and you think it come over to where we are. It may look a bit glim. Like look, I'm not going to say I'm and that's why I said to you congratulations before, because I know it's not easy. To get to that point where you're financially free, you're retired. You're Now I've quit my job. That does not mean I'm retired. I still every month I go, okay, where is rent month coming from? But the fact that I'm able to do that, the fact that I'm able to go live, the fact that I'm out there working at it every single day because I truly believe in what I teach and what I'm, obviously learning myself, that it is life changing. But if you think about it, we're out here and we're seeing what's going on, and you guys are in there in the matrix and you're just blinded to what is being served to you on a platter, which just seems like, going back to, Robert Kiyosaki kind of comments like the rat race, and you're sitting there and it's a 9 to 5, and there is another way. And I don't mean another way for a, you know, IQ of whatever genius, um, geek. This is for you and for you and for you. This is for anyone who wants a different life, who wants to be able to get ahead, who wants to be able to find a purpose. And I truly believe that you can find that financial freedom, that financial support that you need getting involved in something like crypto.
Thank you, Nani. That's amazing. I got to get into the news now. We're running a little bit behind on schedule, but I appreciate your words.
Hey,
Everybody, give
I
Nani a
was,
follow.
thank you so much for having me. It was awesome to be here. For anyone who's on the live, please don't forget to give Oz a follow. It was absolutely great. Very unexpected and impromptu live, but it was so good. It's
Yeah,
so good to
totally.
finally meet you, Oz.
Yes. Glad to have you. And you're welcome anytime. Just, you know, put on the co-host thing and try to hop on. If we're busy into something, I'll reject it. But I'm always welcoming other people to come on the live. I want to make it more regular, but not too often kind of thing, because we do have a pretty strict structure with the show here. But I think that these conversations are good. And I try to get people on who don't agree with what I'm saying as well, because we don't want to create echo chambers. We want to break the bubble. So
Can't promise I won't agree with you. But yeah, it was great to come on. Hi to everyone in your community. Thank you so much for everything you do. And obviously, we'll chat soon.
yes, for sure. All right, let's see here. Um, I don't
How
know
do
how
I get
to
off? Is
undo
the
it.
$1 million question.
I don't know how to undo having you on here. Let me see here.
Let me see. Oh, I found it. Hold on. I can get out.
Okay.
See ya.
And everyone, that's why I offer these classes. You're not going to find, I mean, maybe Nani, I don't know what she charges for her classes, but I offer the daily price point videos for XRP at $2 for a sub. And then I offer the one-on-one coaching for me for $9.99 a month. So you can get one-on-one coaching with a catered strategy for your specific needs. Everyone is different. And so with that coaching, we can help build a strategy that works for you and your portfolio. And as well, we're also teaching the TA classes. Now those, it's $25 an hour. There's 4-hour classes a month. So it's $100 a month for the TA classes. But if you can't afford that, you can always just get the deluxe subscription, and basically I'll do all the heavy lifting for you and do the TA for you, and you can just decide what you want to do, you know? But the TA class is more towards gearing to teaching you how to do it on your own, to where you won't need me, because who knows, one day I may no longer exist. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. So, but I do offer those to help people, because especially if you're new to the space. Thank you, TikTok seller. Yes, I don't know if TikTok got extended yet. I guess we're going to find out tomorrow. Sorry, everybody in the chat that wrote things. There's just so much to go over. If you have questions about what we talked about, go ahead and put them in the chat now, and I will take care of you, no problem. Let's go over the gifts. So Sith Lord with the 2 roses, Foodie M with a subscription. Thank you very much. And if Foodie M, if you subscribed with a deluxe subscription, make sure you send me a direct message and give me your email address, and I'll get you signed up for the email alert system absolutely free for the rest of this month for you to try it out. And we'll go from there, and we can help set you up with a strategy that works for you with that. So mind you, I have 95 or 94 other subscribers that I'm coaching. So be patient. The first lesson you're going to learn is patience, but we will get you taken care of very quickly. I'm usually message within the same day, but these things take time, and we'll figure out what is the best strategy for you. Francesca, thank you for the greeting hearts. HD Malicious, thank you for the heart me. Let's see who else here. Francesca with the 10 popular votes. Francesca with the heart me. Best of the best with the 6 roses. Oscar with the heart me. Let's see who else. Neo with the 5 goats. TikTok seller with the 4 popular votes. And Jesus with the I love TikTok live. Thank you very much. And looks like TikTok seller with a heart me, and best of the best with 27 roses. TikTok seller with 6 popular votes. Justin Kelly with the 16 roses. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. I put this racing debut up here just so that I didn't have to keep resetting while we were doing that. So I'm going to bring that down. Let's do a money gun. We'll do a money gun for our next goal. Who's got me with a money gun? Thank you all for your support, and I appreciate all of you and what you do to keep this show going. Let's see. Justin Kelly says, what are your thoughts about the DeFi hybrid liquid trading platform? I really don't know much about it, and I really wish Jesse was here to look into it. I'll tell you what, Justin, I will look into it, and we'll talk about it tomorrow when we have Jesse on the show. Take a look at SEI. You got it, bro. And then we got to jump into the news. When are we going all in? Pretty soon, I think. I'm going to wait for confirmation on this, but Ondo looks like it's prime. Let me check Algo as well. I got Arrow up here for what's his name? Oscar. I got Arrow up for Oscar. I've been watching this all day. Look, Oscar, it's right at the mark. It hit right at that 0.90, bro. Look at it, did it exactly. The question is it going to break there or is it going to keep going? I'm going to leave this one up because I've been watching this one. Let me see. SEI. Let's check out SEI, and then I want to do algo real quick because I think I'm getting ready to put a buy in soon. I'm getting ready. I think we're close. Oscar's back. Oscar, did you see? Do you see it? Look at dude. Or was it Pallet Town? Oscar, were you the one in Arrow or was that Pallet Town that was in Arrow? Oh, it was Pallet Town, my bad. Pallet Town, do you see it, bro? 'Twas I, yes. Dude, do you see it? It hit at 0.0 or 0.90, like on the dot. Like exactly, bro. Exactly. Call me John Wick. I think that's it. We'll see if it breaks that. I don't think so. I really don't. I think it's all downhill from here. Let's wait for confirmation. And if it doesn't, I'm going to probably put a short on this one too. This is beautiful. I told you, bro, you were set. What did you say? 8-7? You said, or 8-9? And I said 9-0-0, baby. Called it to the cent. To the cent, baby. I'm that good. All right. Yeah, 8-4-8-4. That's right. Yeah, I called it to the cent, though. I said 9-0, rounded up to that even number. It's a psychological number. Okay, SEI's got a bull flag on it. Or wait a minute. Is that a flat top? Hold on. I may have misspoke. Hold on. Let's just double check because these can get confusing for me. Okay, yeah, that's a bull flag. That looks like a bull flag. You're up 8%. Good for you, man. I'm giving 9K to the first 6 people that inbox me with blessed right now. Do not do that. I do not recommend it. I mean, you do what you want to do. All right, SEI has got a nice little bull flag forming right here. This should pump, I'd say, to 18.92 to like 19. It might wick into 19 because that's like a psychological number. That's minimum. That's just based off of this flag. That's where it will go to. I'm thinking more like 18.90. 0.1890. But it could potentially go all the way to 1941. We shall see. Look at it, got this massive pump and just total rejection, man. Dude. Which means it could potentially make its way all the way up there. It could potentially do that over a longer period of time, but just in the short term. I'll tell you what I am seeing, though. If it doesn't bull flag here, either way, this thing's going up. Look at this is an inverted head and shoulders for sure. If that consolidates sideways and doesn't, go down too far, I'd say that could be an inverted head and shoulders. Yeah, this is SEI. This looks bullish right now. And look at the downtrend on this thing. Okay, this has been downtrending for a while. It's only healthy for it to pump up 50%. And that would take it to 21 cents, 20 cents, I would say. I'd say 20, no, maybe 22 cents to be, a psychological number, 0.22. That would be 50% recovery from this downward trend. That's normal. Ghost Wick, I swear they always fill. I know, right? XRP had one like that. I think XRP got a Ghost Wick here a while back. Let me see here. Yeah, there it is right here. This first one that was on February 3rd, it wicked all the way down to 79 and then shot right back up to 250-ish. Justin Kelly, thank you for the 16 roses. Who's got me with a money gun? I need a money gun. It went down and got filled, huh? Look at, I think Arrow's done. That's a lot of sell pressure, dude. From this one. I think it's all downhill from there on that one. All right, who's got another project? Actually, let me look up algo real quick, and then we need to do the news. We got some news we need to cover, but we'll do some more at the end. Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for confirmation on it too. It's always, dude, don't try to be John Wick. Wait for confirmation and then go from there, you know? Find the middle ground, you know? Know that it's on its way down and then strike. And then you know you're safe. Akram, thank you for the heart, me appreciate you. Algorand. Let's see. Algorand. I cannot wait to buy this thing. Okay, I think Algo's got some more down to go. I'm thinking 15.5 to 14.5 at least, and it could go lower. We'll wait for confirmation on this one and then we'll get it. But look at, I called this one like a week ago. Head and Shoulders, baby, played out perfectly. I think it goes lower. I think it goes more like 14 cents. And I think it could potentially go down to like 10 cents, to be honest with you, if things keep going the way they're going in the market. And ooh, I cannot wait. I've been itching to buy. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Arrow is lost its steam. I got it pulled up right here. I'm keeping an eye. I told you I would keep an eye on it for you, bro. We're going to get you profitable so we can get you in that class. Pallet Town wants to join the class, but the class is filling quickly. So I was like, all right, we're going to make some trades and we're going to get you profitable so you can afford the class. 3 giant wicks on the 45. Let's check it out. I'm watching this one too. Oh, yeah. And I bet you it starts, the first pattern is a Head and Shoulders, bringing it down here, and it just continues on down. And everybody, chat, hashtag FYP in the chat, hashtag must watch, hit the like button, everybody double tap. Let's get the viewership up. Let's get it rocking and rolling. I'll tell you though, this kind of looks, in the 45 minute, it looks like a bull flag though. I don't think it is, but definitely something to keep an eye on. It kind of looks flaggish, you know what I mean? Do you see it, Pallet Town? You got a bit of a triangle right here. So be careful, wait for confirmation. because it could just want to keep going. Give me a second. I'll throw a little, let's throw some lines. I don't think so. I think it, I mean, the hour does too. Look at the 15. The 15 looked like a flag and then it kind of pumped and lost its steam. It could be more of a double top. If you're looking in the 15, this might be a double top and be done. But I would wait. Wait for confirmation, because if it does blow through this right here, it's going to shoot up. It's going to shoot up. And I think it'll go to $1 if it breaks resistance. This is arrow. Yeah, downward pointing flag. But look, it did, and then it did pump, but then it lost it and it came back down. So that is a double top. But I would wait for confirmation. Be patient. Because I'm telling you what, if it does break resistance right here, it's going to shoot up to $1. All right, back to the news. Let's see. Second XRP ETF launches on Canada Stock Exchange today on Monday. So basically, we know this got approved. It actually launched today. So today is the first day of trading with the ETF in Canada. So that's why I think XRP is bullish. Okay. It'll pump a bit, but it's probably going to come right back down. So keep that in mind. XRP investors hedge bets that price will drop by 5% as Middle East conflict intensifies. I don't need to read all of this. That basically says it right there. And this is a bit of confirmation of what we've been saying, and they're just putting it out there today. They put it out today because the markets are pumping, you know. So they always give you the news the opposite of what it's probably going to be. If it breaks 92, it's going to $1. Oh yes, for sure. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. All right, Ethereum and battle for yield. What's the future? Let's listen to it.
Ethereum and the battle for yield. What is ETH's future? Key takeaways. Ethereum staking yield dropped under 3%, putting it behind many DeFi and RWA protocols. Yield-bearing stablecoins like SUSD and SURUP USDC now offer 4 to 6.5% returns and are rapidly gaining market share. Most competing yield products are built on Ethereum, meaning rising adoption can still strengthen the network's value over time. Fixed income isn't just for TradFi anymore. On-chain yield has become a core pillar of crypto, and Ethereum, the largest proof-of-stake blockchain, sits at the center. Its economy relies on users locking up their ETH, to help secure the network and, in return, earn a yield. Yet, Ethereum is not the only game in town. Today, crypto users can access a growing variety of yield-bearing products, some of which compete directly with Ethereum staking returns, potentially weakening the blockchain. Yield-bearing stablecoins offer greater flexibility and exposure to traditional finance, with returns tied to U.S. Treasuries and synthetic strategies. At the same time, DeFi lending protocols expand the range of assets and risk profiles available to depositors. Both often deliver higher yields than Ethereum staking, raising a critical question: is Ethereum quietly losing the yield battle? Ethereum staking yield falls. Ethereum staking yield is the return earned by validators for securing the network. It comes from two sources: consensus rewards and execution layer rewards. Consensus rewards are issued by the protocol and depend on the total amount of ETH staked. The more ETH is staked across the network, the lower the reward per validator, by design. The formula follows an inverse square root curve, ensuring diminishing returns as more capital enters the system. Execution layer rewards include priority fees, paid by users to have their transactions included in blocks, and MEV, maximal extractable value, an additional profit earned from optimized transaction ordering. These additional rewards fluctuate based on network usage and validator strategy. Since the merge in September 2022, Ethereum's staking yield has gradually declined. From around 5.3% at its peak, the total yield, including both consensus rewards and tips, now sits below 3%, reflecting the rise in total ETH staked and a maturing network. Indeed, over 35 million ETH, or 28% of its total supply, is now staked. Ethereum Staking Reward Reference Rate. Source: Bikuncha.in. However, the full staking yield is only accessible to solo validators, those who run their own nodes and lock up 32 ETH. While they keep 100% of the rewards, they also bear the responsibility of staying online, maintaining hardware, and avoiding penalties. Most users opt for more convenient options, such as liquid staking protocols like Lido or custodial services offered by exchanges. These platforms simplify access but charge fees, typically between 10% and 25%, which further reduce the final yield received by the user. While Ethereum's sub-3% annual staking yield may seem modest, it still compares favorably to its closest competitor, Solana, where the average network APY currently sits around 2.5%, highest network APY 7%. In real terms, Ethereum's yield looks even better. Its net inflation is just 0.7%, compared to Solana's 4.5%, meaning stakers on Ethereum face less dilution over time. But Ethereum's main challenge isn't other blockchains, it's the rise of alternative yield-bearing protocols. Yield-bearing stablecoins gain market share. Yield-bearing stablecoins let users hold a dollar-pegged asset while earning passive income, usually derived from US Treasury bills or synthetic strategies. Unlike traditional stablecoins such as USDC or USDT, which pay no yield to users, these new instruments distribute part of their underlying returns. The 5 largest yield-bearing stablecoins, SUST, SUSTS, Syrup USDC, USD, and OOZ, make up over 70% of the $11.4 billion market, and use different methods to generate yield. Issued by Athena, a BlackRock-backed company, SUST relies on a synthetic delta-neutral strategy involving ETH derivatives and staking rewards. It has delivered some of the highest yields in crypto, with historical rates ranging from 10% to 25% April. While current yields have declined to around 6%, SUST still outpaces most competitors, though it comes with elevated risk due to its complex market-dependent strategy. SUSTS, developed by Reflexer and Sky, X-Maker DAO, is backed by STI and RWAs, tokenized real-world assets. Its yield is more conservative, currently 4.5%, with a focus on decentralization and risk mitigation. Issued by Maple Finance, Syrup USDC routes yield through tokenized treasuries and MEV strategies. It offered double-digit returns at launch but now yields 6.5%, still higher than most centralized alternatives. USD, issued by Ondo Finance, tokenizes short-term treasuries and yields 4.3%, targeting institutions with a regulated, low-risk profile. USG, also from Ondo, is backed by BlackRock's short-term treasury ETF, and offers a yield around 4%, with full KYC requirements and a strong compliance focus. Top 5 yield-bearing stablecoins historical APY. Source:
Thank you, Francesca, for the 20 goats.
The key differences across these products lie in their collateral, synthetic versus real-world, risk profile, and accessibility. SUST, Syrup USDC, and SUSTs are fully DeFi native and permissionless, while USD and OOZ require KYC and cater to institutional users. Yield-bearing stablecoins are rapidly gaining traction, combining the stability of the dollar with yield opportunities once reserved for institutions. The sector has grown by 235% over the past year, and with increasing demand for on-chain fixed income, it shows no signs of slowing down. Related, TradFi's deep liquidity issue is crypto's silent structural risk. DeFi lending is still centered on Ethereum. Decentralized lending platforms like Aave, Compound, and Morpho let users earn yield by supplying crypto assets to lending pools. These protocols set rates algorithmically based on supply and demand. When demand for borrowing rises, so do interest rates, making DeFi lending yields more dynamic, and often uncorrelated with traditional markets. The Chainlink DeFi Yield Index, which tracks average lending returns across major platforms, shows stablecoin lending rates typically hover around 5% for USDC and 3.8% for USDT. Yields tend to spike during bull markets or speculative frenzies, like in February to March and November to December 2024, when borrowing demand soars. Chainlink DeFi Yield Index. Source: Chainlink. Compared to banks, which adjust rates based on central bank policy and credit risk, DeFi lending is market-driven. This creates opportunities for higher returns, but also exposes lenders to unique risks, such as smart contract bugs, oracle failures, price manipulation, and liquidity crunches. Yet paradoxically, many of these very products are built on Ethereum itself. Yield-bearing stablecoins, tokenized treasuries, and DeFi lending protocols largely rely on Ethereum's infrastructure, and in some cases, incorporate ETH directly into their yield strategies. Ethereum remains the most trusted blockchain among both traditional and crypto-native finance players, and it continues to lead in hosting DeFi and RWAs. As these sectors gain adoption, they drive up network usage, boost transaction fees, and indirectly reinforce ETH's long-term value. In this sense, Ethereum may not be losing the yield battle, it may simply be winning it differently. This article does not contain investment.
All right. So we were talking about Ethereum earlier and possibilities of it not being as useful, but it does have its place. And that's what I was saying is there will be a place for Ethereum. It will have its use case. But I think that there will be better returns elsewhere. But that doesn't mean that it's useless. It'll have its space. It's an ecosystem. They're all going to interwork and interchange amongst each other. It's not this end all be all like everyone keeps thinking with like XRP. Everything is going to play somewhat of a role in some way. Not everything. There will be things that go away, obviously. But I think, pretty much it's going to be an ecosystem. The things that actually have utility and serve a purpose will serve their place. Even things like Bitcoin, even though its purpose is to hold value. I mean, I consider it a meme coin. I think there's other things you can get in. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. All right, Arrow is creeping back up. Is it going to double top here and come down? Probably. I've seen this many times. This is, looks like it's going to double top right here. Head back down, come back up a little bit, and that would be a head and shoulders, sending it down, and that would be the beginning of the downward trend on this one. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody put hashtag FYP in the chat, hashtag must watch. It's 100% a flag, but could just channel down. Exactly. That's why we're going to keep an eye on it and wait for confirmation. All right, so
as we continue to track the conflict in the Middle East, let's recap how we got here. Israel first launched a massive round of strikes on Friday. They were targeting Iran's nuclear and military sites and key personnel, including the country's top nuclear scientists. These strikes came as Iran and the U.S. were in negotiations to limit Iran's nuclear capabilities. That 60-day deadline that President Trump had set to make a deal had just passed. So the Israeli operation took out 4 top military leaders, including the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and its Air Force. Iran responding predictably, launching ballistic missiles into civilian areas, we're told. The barrage at times overwhelming the Iron Dome and leaving behind extensive damage. Now, despite the Trump administration urging Iran not to retaliate, Iranian officials have indicated that U.S. bases and interests in the region well, they still may be targeted. With the growing instability in the Middle East, the U.S. had pre-positioned assets capable of defending against ballistic missiles in the region and has now ordered more of that into the eastern Mediterranean Sea. I sat down Friday with Senate Majority Leader John Thune in his office on Capitol Hill to discuss all of this escalation
Everybody
in the
hit the
Middle
like
East
button.
and the
Double
state
tap.
of the budget
Tap
battle.
away.
Let's start domestically. You've got the big, beautiful bill now simmering here in the Senate with a lot of different kinds of objections. CBO, its latest projection it puts out is that the lowest income households will lose $1,600 a year in federal resources, and the highest earners will gain $12,000 in federal resources. Democrats are calling a shameful transfer of wealth from working families to the ultra rich. How do you respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you can come to that conclusion. We're increasing the child tax credit, and if the Democrats had their way at the end of the year, the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Oh, these guys are atrocious.
And you would have the child tax credit cut in half for working families. So we're not only going to keep it from getting cut in half, we're going to increase it. You know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Does that survive?
Lower the tax on Social Security recipients. Yes, it will. Those are all things that were the president's priorities, and the House included them in their version of the bill, and now we will also have them incorporated into ours. So I don't know how they come to that conclusion. This is going to be very much about middle-income taxpayers. And as I said before, if we don't act at the end of the year, there will be a $2.6 trillion tax increase on families making less than $400,000 a year, and a $600 billion tax increase on small businesses. So this is really about preserving and protecting families and ensuring that they've got more dollars in their own pocket and they're sending less to Washington.
But there are even those within your party who say they worry about the long-term impact, that it's not going to be good for families, for their kids and for their grandkids, because they don't see adequate offsets there and just more contributions to the deficit, which continues to grow. So
it's atrocious.
What do you say to those folks who are within your own party and may not be a yes vote for you yet?
Well, I would say, and I'm a pro-growth conservative, so what you want to get on one hand, Shannon, are pro-growth policies, and that's tax policy, it's regulatory policy, it's energy policy that creates greater growth in the economy. When the economy is growing and expanding, people are making money, taking realizations and paying taxes, and government revenue goes up. And then on the other hand, you've got to start bending the cost curve down. And what we've been seeing is the costs going like this of the federal government. And this does bend it down, literally for the first time in decades.
It's got a ways to go.
This will be the largest spending reduction in history. We're talking over $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion, up to $2 trillion. We'll see where we finally end up in the Senate. But it'll be a major reduction in spending, coupled with reforms to programs to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, and then also have on the other side pro-growth policies. You get greater growth in the economy, more revenue here, spend less here, and pretty soon you can start seeing things balance out. But you have to start somewhere, and that's what this bill does. And it is a big, big change from the way that things have been done in Washington for the last several decades. And again, I would argue it's the biggest spending reduction in American history.
So let's talk about some of the specific objections. You've got members with Republicans on your side who need to work through. So we've got SALT, which is this exemption for people who are in high tax states for their state and local taxes. It's been raised to $40,000 on the House side. When I asked Senator Rick Scott about it last week, he said absolutely not. It's not going to survive.
We should not be subsidizing blue state governors' wasteful spending.
So there's a question about how much of it does survive, but you've got House members who say they tweak that and I'm now a no vote.
Right. Well, and again, when people ask me how much of this can you get in there, how much of that can you get in there, it does come down. It's a function of math.
I think we're going to get a spinning top.
At the end of the day, you've got to get 51 senators and 218 House members to get a bill on the president's desk. So obviously we're very cognizant of the political dynamics that the Speaker is dealing with in the House. That said, in the Senate at least, there isn't a high level of interest in doing anything on SALT. We believe as a matter of policy, you don't want to have low tax states subsidizing high tax states. So I think at the end of the day, we'll find a landing spot, hopefully that will get the votes that we need in the House, a compromise position
thank you for the let 'em cook
issue, if you will, that will enable us
Everybody
to get the requisite
tap the like
number
button
in both the House and the Senate to get a bill on the president's desk.
So as you try to work all this out, Senator Cruz is among those out there publicly saying, I'm not sure this gets done by July 4th. How does it get done? Will you keep senators here through weekends and holidays?
Absolutely. Yeah, it'll get done.
I'd say an hour.
And I think it is a huge priority, obviously, for
hour
the president.
He
campaigned on it. This is an agenda that we are all committed to, and we will roll into the 4th of July recess if necessary in order to get this on the president's desk.
Okay, let's talk foreign policy, because as you and I are talking, Israel has unleashed a number of strikes. On Iran, there have been return strikes aimed primarily at its nuclear program, nuclear scientists, military leaders, air defenses, all kinds of things. Senator Chris Murphy is pointing the finger at Israel. He says, they're essentially blowing up the talks that the U.S. has been having with Iran, that President Trump has been cautioning. Let us try to get this deal done. But he then ultimately points to President Trump, because he says if we hadn't left the Iran nuke deal, they wouldn't have advanced to the point that they are, that Israel feels like they have to act.
Well, first off, I think President Trump is all about trying to keep America out of wars and to try and find paths toward peaceful outcomes and peaceful solutions. I think he's tried to do that with Iran. Iran has grown, I think, increasingly defiant of late in these talks and these discussions. But what this comes down to is action taken by Israel to defend themselves and their people. They view Iran's nuclear capability, as do we, as a non-starter. That is a destabilizing force not only in the region but in the entire world. And what you heard Prime Minister Netanyahu say when he spoke to Congress last year is that the only thing standing between Iran and the United States is Israel. And that's absolutely true. I mean, they're the little Satan, we're the big Satan. And they want to wipe Israel off the map. And that just isn't something that the Israelis can accept. And so this is their decision to defend themselves and their people. What I would suggest to Iran is that they not target Americans in any of this, because if they do, they better be prepared, because we will respond.
What does that mean?
If it does go, I'd short this thing at $1.
Getting us out of foreign conflicts and not
I'd
getting
hit it
involved
just
in any new
underneath,
ones.
like
But certainly Israel's an ally. We have
999,
pledged that we will stand with without equivocation.
994.
But if Iran does go after U.S. bases, is it more than a defensive response for us in that case?
Well, I think Iran should be prepared for all of America's might to descend upon them if they go after and target Americans or American bases or installations in the Middle East. Clearly this is the Israelis taking action.
They're trying to rope us into this war, man.
Iran's nuclear
Everybody's trying to rope us into their war.
They view that as an existential threat to their
Where
existence.
do I do my
And
training?
frankly,
I do not divulge that information. I use multiple platforms, but for security reasons, I do not.
And if they do, as they have been for a long time,
I do not tell anybody.
Americans, and their
Hope you
proxies in
understand.
Yemen and in the Gaza Strip and Lebanon have now for decades been creating disruption and
It's
chaos
going to go.
and death and
Because
destruction
it broke here, it's
in
going to
that
go.
region of the world, and we have a presence
It's going
there.
to $1.
And if they attack that presence, they should be prepared for us to respond.
So you were at the White House this week. What would you say is your relationship with the president? He had a lot of praise for you. This week he called you out by name and thinks you're doing a great job.
Told you if it broke that, it was just going to shoot.
How much of is he a partner in you trying to get things done here?
Well, I mean, to get things done around here, he's the closer. He has to help when we're trying to pass major legislation. Ultimately, has tremendous influence in talking not only to senators but to House members and ensuring that we're all operating as a team.
Well, we'll watch as you tick towards that July 4th deadline with
Oh my God, look at it go.
In the meantime,
so will we.
Look at it go. It's doing it. It's going to $1.
Thanks, Shannon.
I'm on the 15-minute. All right, let's look at this thing. We'll get back to the news in a minute. Look at this. It broke that resistance. I didn't think it would do it. But that dude. So let's go back to the 1 hour. Oh, that is nice. Yeah. It's going to hit $1 in the next 4 hours. Let's see, maybe 6, maybe not. It is moving. Maybe by tomorrow. Hondo? You mean Ondo? This is Arrow. This is Arrow, A-E-R-O. Me and Pallettown have been watching this one all day. I didn't think it was going to do this. It broke through resistance, though, and it's going to keep going. I think $1, though, might just be the end of it. I could be wrong. But that's why I said we need to wait for confirmation, Pallettown. Because you can draw all the lines you want, and if you try to catch the wick on these things, man, you'll get burned. So it's very important that we wait for confirmation before we make our moves. Dude, you got out at the right time. You closed that short perfectly. I don't even think you need me, bro. But I appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. All right, let's watch some news while we wait for this thing. All right. Business challenge. Trump's tariffs before the Supreme Court. Citing the polarizing uncertainty created when tariffs are added and subtracted at will, two small businesses came to the Supreme Court on Tuesday, asking the justices to quickly weigh in on the legality of President Trump's reliance on a law giving the president broad authority over economic transactions in a national emergency to impose hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. Until now, the companies wrote on Tuesday, no president in nearly 50 years history of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act has ever invoked it to impose tariffs, let alone the sweeping worldwide tariffs imposed pursuant to executive order challenges here. So we're going to find out on this. Trump is saying that there's no need to do it quickly. That makes me believe that maybe he doesn't have the legal authority. Maybe the Supreme Court will take it down. But with executive orders, it's kind of tricky because we are in a trade war, okay? Being in a trade war could give him those powers. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. If the Supreme Court rules against Trump on this one, markets are going to go parabolic. Okay? All those returns you've been waiting for will come if it gets shot down. I don't think it will happen, but this is something we need to be keeping an eye on. Okay? You need to be following this Supreme Court on Trump's authority on tariffs. Okay, this is going to be what moves the market either down or up. Okay, this decision right here is everything. Pay attention to this. I know, I just felt it in the air. I know, right? Dude, everything looks bullish today too. Like, I think it's short term, short lived. But yeah, everything kind of looks bullish. That's why I have the white light on and not the green light. Cause like, yeah, everything's pumping today and maybe over the next day or so. I'm thinking until what's today? Is today Wednesday? Let me see. Yeah, today's Wednesday. So I think things pump. Maybe it'll pump till the new moon. Who knows? But because the moon cycle, I figured things were going to pump. But I think it's short-lived because we are in the new moon of the moon cycle. So we'll probably get a couple days of this and then we'll see. And this may throw off the moon cycle. We got the moon up here. Our little guy, he's on the moon. We wish we were with him there, but we got cut short. We ran out of gas. But keep an eye on that one. All right. Americans cut back sharply on spending last month amid tariffs. Americans are feeling a hangover from their tariff-fueled buying frenzy earlier in the spring. Retail sales fell 0.9% in May from the prior month, the Commerce Department said Tuesday, down sharply from April's downward revised 0.1% decline. That was the steepest month decline since January and the worst than 0.7% decreased economic projected in a poll data at FactSet. I'm not going to read all of this, but people are starting to pull back their buying. They were panic buying because of tariffs, and that is changing, and that is going to affect the markets. Okay. The question is how. Is it going to be bullish because people are going to put more money into the market, or is it going to be bearish because people just don't have the money because they've been panic buying other things? I don't think about it. Japan's exports post first drop in 8 months as U.S. tariffs hit the auto firms. May exports were minus 1.7% for the year versus the forecast of minus 3.8. Imports fall 7.7% a year in May. Japan scrambling to get exemptions from the U.S. auto tariffs. Ishiba says some disagreements persist between the Japan and U.S. So no deal with Japan. Everybody thought there was a deal with Japan. No deal. There's really like no deals. As far, even China's deal is not set in stone. The EU, no deal. Canada, Mexico, no deals. There are no deals yet.
Japanese exports fell for the first time in 8 months in May. Figures out Wednesday showed overseas shipments dropping 1.7% on the year. That followed months of gains, but was at least better than expected. The nation's big automakers are in the front line of the trade war. They accounted for more than a quarter of the $145 billion in goods that Japan shipped to the US last year. Now big names like Toyota and Mazda face 25% tariffs on their cars, and the latest numbers show the impact. Japanese auto exports to the US slumped 24.7% last month, with shipments of parts also massively down. Now Japan could also face an additional 24% levy on all goods from July 9th, unless it can strike a deal with Washington. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba had hoped that agreement would come at the G7 summit in Canada this week. But he emerged empty-handed from talks with Donald Trump, saying that disagreements remain to be resolved. The hit from tariffs could add to pressure on Japan's already lackluster economy, which has seen growth hit by subdued private consumption. The trade war also leaves the Bank of Japan with a tough call. Does it cut rates to help lift growth, or hike them to cool inflation? This week the central bank kept rates steady and signalled it would be cautious about future moves.
So no deal with Japan. Fed holds interest rates steady for the 4th time in a row. We already knew this, but I wanted to recap it. Federal Reserve said Wednesday it is holding its benchmark interest rate steady, keeping borrowing rates elevated for Americans for the 4th straight time. And I told you this. Everybody wanted to say, they all wanted to say, no, interest rates are coming down. I've been screaming it for months. For months, it's not coming down. And here we are. And I'm also starting to lean towards later in the year, they might go up. Okay, once we actually get hit with the tariff impact in the world, unemployment is not a problem. Okay, and as long as unemployment is not a problem, rates will not go down. Okay, and here's the thing is inflation is ramping up, especially with the wars going on. Okay, we're sending aid and different things that fuels inflation. Okay, inflation is not going down whatsoever. Okay, expect possibly a rate increase. You're hearing it here first. Everyone is saying, oh, they're going to drop it. I'm telling you right now, it's either going to stay the same or it's going to go up. I'm leaning towards going up later in the year. I know no one wants to hear that, but that's the facts, baby. This is where we're at. Nothing is getting better. We're in a recession already. Okay? We are in a recession already. It's going to get bad. It's going to get bad, ladies and gentlemen. But not for us, because we're ahead of the curve. We know what's coming before it happens, and we're prepared because we watch this show. And that's the whole purpose of me doing this show, is to help you guys. Powell gave a B slap. You get nothing. And despite that, the markets are going up, okay, for today, but it's not going to last, okay? We just had a massive fall in the market. This is normal correction. It coming back up. It's going to happen, but the overall outlook is bearish. If that changes, I will let you know, okay? That's why the white light's on, okay? We're going up a little bit, but it's still bearish long term. I think over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, possibly, it could be downward movement. And Trump saying Powell to drop rates made it obvious he was using reverse psychology. Yes, exactly. Exactly. See, you're starting to pick up on these things because you're getting it. So here's this. U.S. unemployment claims dip to 25,000, hovering at a historic low levels, okay? Interest rates are not going to come down. The unemployment is what Jerome Powell already said. He said, if there's a problem with unemployment, if there's a problem with jobs, then they'll lower the interest rate. And here we go. Unemployment claims dip, okay? There's not a problem with jobs, so they're probably going to raise it. Reading the room a lot better than 3 months ago, right? And that's amazing. And TikTok seller, thank you for the 2 roses, by the way. Thank you so much. I got some gifts coming to your live soon. I appreciate you, buddy. So, yeah. This is why I'm thinking rates could go up. I'm thinking rates could go up. Is the data flawed? Who knows? And who cares? Because if they're giving out flawed data, it's so that they can do these changes. It's so they can make these things happen. So I'm leaning towards rates stay the same or they go up. I'm thinking up later in the year, especially once supply chain disruption hits the shelves and, recession fears ramp up more. We're already in a recession. Come on, but yeah, it's gonna get bad. And if people are already thinking we're gonna go into recession, of course they're gonna raise the interest rates because we're already there. Duh. All right. Iran warns U.S. joining conflict would mean all-out war, refuses demands to give up on disputed nuclear program.
Iran warns U.S. joining conflict would mean all-out war, refuses demands to give up disputed nuclear program. Iran warned that the United States joining forces with Israel would mean an all-out war, as Israel bombarded sites overnight that it says would have allowed Iran to continue enriching uranium, as well as attack Israeli forces.
And
any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Baghi warned Wednesday during an interview with Al Jazeera English. He did not elaborate, but thousands of American troops are based in nearby countries within range of Iran's weapons. The U.S. has threatened a massive response to any attack. Another Iranian official apparently ruled out demands for the country to give up its disputed nuclear program. Iran's ambassador to Geneva, Ali Barini, told reporters that Iran will continue to produce the enriched uranium as far as we need for peaceful purposes. He rejected any talk of a setback to Iran's nuclear research and development from the Israeli strikes, saying, "Our scientists will continue their work." Israeli warplanes pounded Tehran overnight and into Wednesday, as Iran launched a small barrage of missiles at Israel with no reports of casualties, according to the Associated Press. Israel says it launched the strikes to prevent Iran from building a nuclear weapon, after talks between the United States and Iran over a diplomatic resolution had made little visible progress over 2 months but were still ongoing. President Donald Trump has said Israel's campaign came after a 60-day window he set for the talks. Iran has long insisted its nuclear program was peaceful, though it is the only non-nuclear armed state to enrich uranium up to 60%, a short, technical step away from weapons-grade levels of 90%. U.S. intelligence agencies have said they did not believe Iran was actively pursuing the bomb, according to the AP. Israel is believed to be the only country in the Middle East with nuclear weapons, but has never publicly acknowledged them. The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, said Wednesday that it eliminated Ali Shadmani, identified as Iran's wartime chief of staff, overnight. Shadmani held the role for only 4 days before meeting the same fate as his predecessor. Spokesperson Brig General F.E. Defrin said in a video statement Wednesday, "We have delivered significant blows to the Iranian regime, and as such, they have been pushed back into central Iran," Defrin said. "They are now focusing their efforts on conducting missile fire from the area of Isfahan. We are aiming at military targets. They are attacking civilian homes. While we are working to remove threats from Iran, we are still fighting their proxy, Hamas in Gaza, who is still holding 53 of our hostages in brutal conditions," he added. "We will not rest until they are returned home." More than 50 Israeli Air Force, IAF, fighter jets conducted 3 waves of strikes over 3 hours in an extensive operation Tuesday night, hitting an Iranian centrifuge production site that was intended to enable the regime to continue to enhance its uranium enrichment. Defrin said in another statement Wednesday, "This complements actions from previous operations we have conducted targeting components of the nuclear program." Israeli forces have struck over 1,100 different components across Iran as of the 6th day of the conflict, Defrin said. He said IAF jets also struck several weapons and missile production sites in Tehran. On Wednesday morning, Israeli aircraft identified and struck 5 Iranian AH-1 attack helicopters located at Kermanshah Airport. "We have clear goals and objectives: removing the existential threat to the state of Israel, significantly impairing the nuclear program in all its components, and inflicting substantial damage to the missile array," Defrin said. The IDF said it identified around 30 launches fired from Iran towards Israeli territory in 2 barges Tuesday night. Most of them were intercepted, and there were no casualties. "I know these are complex days, but we cannot afford complacency," Defrin said, warning Israelis to strictly adhere to home front safety guidelines. Trump initially distanced himself from Israel's surprise attack on Friday that triggered the conflict, but in recent days has hinted at greater American involvement, saying he wants something much bigger than a ceasefire. The U.S. has also been shifting assets to the Middle East, including sending more warplanes to the region. Trump said in social media posts on Wednesday that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is but would not kill him, for now. He also called for the complete surrender of Iran. "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran," Trump wrote. Fox News' Stephanie Simon and the Associated Press contributed to this report. Iran.
All right. So yeah, the war's ramping up. Kodak asked, what's going to happen with the housing market? That's a great question. This article got overlooked. It was up here hiding from me. Housing market slump is getting worse, okay? So why it matters: the broader economy held up during the rolling recession that hit the housing industry in recent years. That might be the case this time if other sectors slow concurrently, which they will. Catch up quick. So basically, I don't need to read all of this, but yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the housing market. It's not looking good for anything. And look we have a special guest. Everyone say hi. This is Snow. Say hi, Snow. Say hi to our special guest. Everybody send a galaxy for the kitty. Kitty galaxies. Oh, baby. Oh. Little Snow. She's a star. She wants to get away. She's like, let me go. Let me go. She's a parrot now. Say hi, Snow. I thought you guys might like to see her come on. Maybe it would get you guys to send a galaxy. Help support the little kitty. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Snow. Bye, Snow. Nah, she won't jump. She's just like wondering like what's with all the lights and everything. Kodak, thank you for the rose, and Kodak, thank you for the heart puff. Kodak, thank you for the chili and the lightning bolt and the finger hearts. Kodak likes the kitties. I see your kitty in your thing all the time. She said, "Get me down." Yeah, she didn't want to work. That's for sure. We got a couple little kittens. I figured with all the doom and gloom, why not have a cat to come and brighten everybody's spirits a little bit, you know? Like, curious, how much do we find out how much gifts are? So the gifts are based on like the coins or whatever. So, the Let 'em Cooks are like 20 cents. Some of them are like a couple bucks. Some of them are 1 penny. It just depends. Enlock, thank you for the heart. Me appreciate it. You got 4 of them? Nice. I have 2 outside cats. I have 3 inside cats. So I like to have cats. I'm a cat person. We also have Leia. She's our dog. They're all named after, like, so one of them's name is Chewbacca, Chewie. And then Snow after Snow White. And then Arthas. Arthas is from World of Warcraft. And then we have Jax from, he's from Sons of Anarchy. Jax, but his actual name is Lieutenant Dan, because when I got him, his legs didn't work in the back. We were able to get him, but when he was a kitten, he couldn't use his back legs, so we named him Lieutenant Dan. And then he got new legs, so now he can walk. So now he's got magic legs. And so Lieutenant Dan, we changed his name to Jax. And then we have Spider Kitty because she's like a spider, and she freaking broke my TV. She climbs on everything and gets, so she had to become an outside cat. She broke my TV. I had to get a new TV. I was not happy, but she actually likes being outside better, so it works. But I have all the classic cars here, so we have the cats outside to make sure that nothing like mice or anything can get into the cars and stuff. I played so much WoW years ago. I love that game. Addicting. Yeah, I actually used to work BlizzCon every year. A lot of the sets and stuff for BlizzCon I built in the shop. And the life-size like statues and stuff, like I built all those. They did like the motorcycles and stuff, like I built all those things. All right, some more news. We gotta roll through it. MAGA civil war breaks out over Trump's potential decision to join the conflict in Iran. What's going on here? It froze. Hey, can you call the IT guy? This froze. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Let me try reopening. No. There we go. I fixed it.
There are a whole load of competing voices in President Trump's ear right now.
War with Iran would be a terrible idea.
This is so bonkers. This thing has not been thought through.
The American people have been brainwashed.
So what's he going to do? He is certainly keeping the world guessing.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
The ambiguity is intentional. It keeps Iran guessing, threaten annihilation, pull them to the negotiating table, or maybe to surrender.
They want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? They're totally defenseless.
But something else is going on here. Donald Trump is in a very tricky position. He is the no wars president, the peacemaker who won the election by promising fewer wars, not more.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker.
His base of support around the country are isolationists. They have no interest in foreign wars.
If what you want is American involvement in a war with Iran, which American troops and units would you like to see die first?
I guarantee.
Oh, a guarantee.
If Donald Trump launched a war in Iran, not only will I not support it, I will apologize for the rest of my life for voting for the guy.
And across social media and right-wing news channels, those views are echoed by influencers, politicians, and personalities.
The American people have been
Oscar, thank you for the let him cook.
into
Appreciate
believing
you,
that America has to
Welcome
engage
aboard.
in these foreign wars in order for us to survive. And it's absolutely not true.
War with Iran would be a terrible idea. It would divide Trump's coalition and cost America our credibility and our treasure.
The question is it splitting the MAGA base? Well, have a look at this from two mega MAGA figures. Donald Trump's former strategist, Steve Bannon, and media personality, Tucker Carlson.
This thing has not been thought through, right? It does not have the commitment of the American people. You have to bring the American people. The American people are not there to get into another war right now.
And why is the Congress not actively debating this? There's one person. Marjorie Taylor Greene is like the only. Oh, and now Levin says this morning she's not MAGA. Okay, all right now. Now we're really in the last scene of Animal Farm.
So what will Donald Trump do? Well, only he knows.
My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon.
He has been given the military options, and he is being told conflicting things by different people. He's in a bind.
It is so hard to follow what Donald Trump is going to do. I don't know. I really hope that we stay out of this one. It is not going to be good. If we do, y'all better go file for disability or something. Get on some psych meds and get exempt so that you don't get drafted. Yeah, I would say you might want to try to get on some disability or something. Even if it's something, get something documented. Just tell your doctor your elbow hurts or your knee hurts or something. Get something on paper, baby. Go to your doctor. And Enlock, thank you for the 2 let 'em cooks. Appreciate you. Yeah, do something, man. Take care of yourselves out there, because this is about to get really bad really fast. I don't see an end in sight, and I'm really worried for my children, your children, everyone in the world right now. I'll tell them Trump broke my brain. I need meds. Yes, I have Trump derangement syndrome. Good for you, Oscar, because y'all are going to need that. Do something now, because later on, it'll be too late and nobody will be able to get on it. But if you get in something documented first now before it gets crazy, you may have a chance at saving your life or your kids' lives. I don't know, just think about it, And if you want to serve your country, by all means, go and volunteer. But I'll tell you what, I don't agree with any of this whatsoever. I don't. Ukraine-Russia war latest. EU diplomat says Europeans should learn Russian if Kiev doesn't get more support. Oh my God. Y'all better start learning Russian in the EU. All right. That's what they're saying. And honestly, I kind of agree with that sentiment. At the same time, I get it's a bit parabolic propaganda nonsense. But at the same time, I don't think Russia stops at Ukraine. But maybe not. Maybe Ukraine is full of rare earth minerals and resources and things, the largest lithium supply. What else? There's a lot. Okay. I wish I had Jesse here right now. It's just that I don't know. Do you think he'll stop? Chat, help me out. Do you think he would stop at Ukraine, or would he keep going into Europe from there and pull a Hitler? Oscar, thank you for the popular vote. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't know, to be honest. Like, I feel like I understand where Putin's coming from. Okay. I try to look at things non-biasedly and understand, like, I get it. Like, he doesn't want a bordered country that is with the United Nations. I get it. He doesn't want NATO on his back door. I get it. At the same time, is that what the real motivation here? Or is it dominance? Because like I said, like, we're in a global economic shift financially is happening right now, and history will tell you that with that comes all out war. So I don't think he does stop. Very interesting times for sure. This needs to calm down or it will be scary. I don't think it does calm down. History will tell us that whenever there is a global economic shift, this is what happens. War breaks out. Okay? And what we are in is a global financial shift. We are moving to a digital backed currency. Digital currency so I think that's why this is a financial news media outlet, but we cover the war, because it has to do with the financial news. This is why it's happening, is because of the changes in finance. So get ready, buckle up, because it's coming. Trump hosts Pakistani army chief disagrees with India over India-Pakistan war mediation.
Prime Minister Modi clearly told President Trump that during the entire course of the event, India-America trade deal or mediation between India and Pakistan were never discussed at any level. All discussions relating to cessation of military action took place directly between India and Pakistan through existing channels of the two armed forces and took place at Pakistan's request. Prime Minister Modi said with great emphasis that India had never accepted mediation, nor does it accept it, nor would it ever do so. There is complete political consensus on this in India.
I kind of believe him. I have to say, I believe him. Ignite. All right. Kodak says Navy's good though. Coast Guard's great also. Yeah, but the thing is, we have no strategic reserves, so we got no fuel to fuel a war right now. Neo, thank you for the 5. Let 'em cooks. So we're almost reached our goal. Let's see if we can reach this goal by the end of the show. The show ends at 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, but we'll go a little bit longer. Let's see if we can get this goal while I do a little bit of promo. If you could, looks like we got rejection here, Pallet Town, at 9.4. We'll have to keep an eye on this, but I'll tell you what, it's been trending up for a while. It's due for a correction. It got a bit of a correction here. It may correct here to like 0.85 and then continue upward, but I think it'll hit $1. Didn't we just max out on oil? I mean, I don't think we maxed out, but I know our strategic reserves have been depleted for a while. So expect gas prices to go up. And Big Baller, he said, invest in oil. He might be right. If we go to war, expect gas prices to hit $10 in California. Waiting till it candle below 8451. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was just saying. I'm thinking 85. It'll probably correct here and then come back up again and hit $1 and then just completely top out. It could continue more, but I would think not. Algo's getting close to buying. Ondo's getting close to buying. I'm waiting for confirmation, but once I get confirmation, I mean, that's a bull flag on Ondo right now. Ondo's got a bull flag. It's probably going to come down here to 0.76, probably 0.75. No, probably not that low. Maybe 0.766, I'm thinking it wicks to. This is Ondo. So I think Ondo's got a nice little bull flag forming. And I think this one is prime. It's been in a downtrend for quite some time. However, here's the thing is, look at this. All right. This is bullish. Let me double check that. I've been double checking the wedge patterns because I pretty much have them memorized, but they can get mixed up sometimes. So none of these. Okay, yeah, here it is. So if it trends down into it and it's pointing down, a breakout upward. And that's what we have on Algo right now. Or was that Ondo? Excuse me, Ondo. And that is a big pattern. That would send it up. Yeah. That would send it up quite a bit. I'm thinking 90 cents minimum. And it could, I think it could do $1, depending. What was that one? This one is Ondo Finance. Now that doesn't mean that it's not going to come up here to 80 cents ish. Okay. And then come back down one more time. All right. So I'm going to wait for confirmation on this one. But this one, we're going to keep an eye on for sure. Because if it breaks upward, if it starts hitting 82 cents, it's probably going to go to $1. I'm thinking probably just shy. 95 cents seems more realistic. Where's the actual resistance at? 92 cents, maybe 95, or excuse me, 93. But it could go as high as 97. And it could go more than that, obviously, but those are like just from what we're looking at, what it could do. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I've been waiting to buy. You all know this. I've been watching Ondo and Algo like a hawk. I've been waiting for the right moment, but I don't want to get stuck in a bull trap. How can you go by the chart when it seems to rely on BTC Ethereum charts? What do you mean? I think Bitcoin is possibly gearing up for a move. Best network to use USDC. I do not recommend any networks or anything like that because of what happened with FTX for legal reasons. I think things are gearing up for a pump, but it doesn't matter how bullish everything looks. Like he said, Justin Kelly, Bitcoin is driving everything. Bitcoin is in the driver's seat. I agree with you, Justin. But that's why I'm waiting for confirmation. I'm gonna wait for a Bitcoin signal, but I'd say Bitcoin is somewhat bearish, but it could be in a C wave right now, ready to come down. That's why I think it would come up, come back down, and then it would go. So I think if Bitcoin completes its C wave, then it could take off and do something big. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. I'm thinking once Bitcoin hits about 95, 97K, it takes off from there. That's why you scratch your head a bit when I look at some charts like traditional stocks. Well, I'm also following Bitcoin as well. It's just Bitcoin will give you the overall direction, but I don't think Bitcoin has much more to come down. And I think other projects like Ondo, for instance, it's already pretty much bottomed out. Okay. Now there is the potential that it comes down to 65, 66 cents. And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for confirmation. Okay. But I'm keeping an eye on it to see if the market does make a turnaround. But I'm thinking probably mid-July is going to be our buy point. Oh, not you, just some seem to forget that. Yeah. Is H-bar entering buy territory? Let me go look. But I'll tell you this right now. I think mid-July is going to be your buy point. That may change, but that's just what is confirmation? A breakout. A confirmation would be a breakout. I don't need to catch the entire wick, but I need confirmation that it's going to do what it's going to do. Once it breaks out of that resistance, or once it loses support, then I know what direction it's headed and where it's going to stop. That's where I'm at with it. H-bar is basically a stable coin. Was that one we were supposed to look up, H-bar? Yeah. H-bar is a stable coin. That's funny, man. Y'all are funny. We're talking about Ondo, Algo. We're basically everything. Everything is moving in unison. I'm calling this the unicycle, the simulcycle. Ondo looks like a inverted head and shoulders in the short term. Right here. That could send it up a little bit, but that's not a lot. Like, we want to zoom out. We want to look at the 1 day. Oh, excuse me. This is H-bar. So H-bar is this head and shoulders right here. So H-bar's got more to come down. I'm thinking 12 cents to 13 cents. Nothing's changed on that. We got a few weeks. We got a few weeks left for things to start coming down. But this is classic. H-bar is a classic bull cycle. So even if it is going to pump, it's going to do this. It's going to and fizzle out. I'd like to see it do something else, but that's pretty much what it is. All right, I will do one last one for you, Jesus, because you are a subscriber. After that show's over, we're 15 minutes over time, and mind you, whenever we go over, I have to pay the IT guy extra money. So if you could send some gifts, at least help me reach this Let 'Em Cook, man. I would appreciate it, but it's going to cost me like an extra $100. Neo, thank you for the dragon crown. Appreciate you. Jesus, thank you for the Let 'Em Cooks. Let's see if we can get a galaxy. Since we're already over, might as well do a couple. All right, let's do Cardano. Cardano. I know we went a little bit over because we had an unexpected guest, but wasn't she incredible? She, you know, I haven't watched too much of her content. I've seen a little bit. Same thing here, inverted head and shoulders, short term. But she's actually, she gets it. So Cardano, same thing as H-bar, okay? It's a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders in the short time frame, but the larger time frame, it is a head and shoulders, bringing it down to 51 to 53, maybe 55 cents. I'm leaning towards the lower numbers of like 50 cents. I think it hits 50 cents and then bounces up from there. But at the same time, it's a classic bull cycle like that. I think we're in like the 9th inning right now. Neo, thank you for the sparks. Thank you very much. Who's got me with a galaxy? If I can get a galaxy right now, I'll keep doing a little bit of TA. If not, we're gonna call it a show. We're already ran over, so I'm already gonna have to pay overtime. But if I get a galaxy, I'll stick around. We'll do some TA. Everyone should just buy SXT and Ondo. Set it and forget it. I know, right? Because as soon as I buy it, it's going to God candle. Kodak, thank you for the flex. All right, can we get a galaxy or are we calling it a night? I own Ondo, but what purpose does the coin serve? Honestly, it's real world asset. So it's the tokenization of real estate. That's what it is. Tokenization of real estate. So basically, whatever real estate is valued at is what it will be valued at. It'll be backed by a real world asset. The coin is used for like liquidity pool for transferring. So like when somebody wants to buy real estate, okay, and they pay somebody, you know, the coin is what's used to move the money back and forth. All right. Holy crap. Bunch of gifts coming in. Kodak, thank you for the donut. And the tiny dino, the You're Awesome, the 2 goats, and Oscar, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. All right. I will go till 9:30. We'll go to 9:30. Unless we keep getting galaxies, then we'll keep going. Let's see here. Actually, we'll do something bigger than a galaxy or something similar. What do we do? We'll do a meteor shower because the more we go over, the more it costs me out of pocket. So meteor shower, and I will go till 10 o'clock. And we'll go to 930 now. I've read Ondo's coin is purely governance right now with potential for future staking. Interesting. Turbo for meme coin, that is now utility. All right, who's got who wants TA? Oscar, do you got a TA you want done? Oscar, what do you want TA'd? You got front row right now. File? Yeah, we'll do file. Is OMG one? Is that a coin or is that just OMG? If OMG is a coin, maybe I should buy that. What the hell is Trump Mobile? Is that a coin? Neo, I just did Cardano, but I can do it again for you. Neo has been a subscriber for a long time. All right, slow down, chat. Let me get these done here. Riznet. Is Riznet a meme coin? I'll tell you this right now. I don't do meme coins. They're unchartable. Holy cow. Oh my God, look at that thing. Dude, File. If File takes off, that would, to something like this, that would be incredible. What is the... It's super new. I just got an airdrop. Who told me about File? What the fuck? That was 2021. I wonder if this one gets a bull run at all. I don't know what the utility is on this one. Let me check. A decentralized storage network and cryptocurrency that enables viewers to rent out their unused storage space, creating peer-to-peer marketplace for data storage. Oh, we looked at this one the other day. Yeah, this one's cool. This is hella cool, actually. All right. So on the one day, here's what I'm going to tell you. Okay. More than likely, let's see, this is, it seems like it's a bit of a double bottom. It probably has more to come down. I would say 2.9. But what'll happen with this one is it'll pump up and it will probably go there like that. So I'm thinking $6 when I think it's still got more to come down. But I think it'll do about $6 when it does take off. I think it comes down to 2.111. $2 to $6, that's like what we want XRP to do. All right, let's see here. You want me to do RizNet? If it just dropped, I'm not going to be able to TA it. We can do Quant though. All right, I'll do RizNet. Hold on. Is this it right here? Riz? May 15th it dropped. This looks like SXT. I don't know, man. It's in uncharted territory. It's too new to chart, but I would say things are going down right now. That's what I would say. I would say wait for it to flatline, and then you'd be in accumulation on it. But I don't know. What's the utility on it? I just did Cardano, but you got to become a subscriber or send the gift. Rihanna, thank you for the heart me and the rose. Appreciate you. Oscar wants IOs. Oscar paid, so he gets first dibs. Thank you, Oscar, for the galaxy. All right, we got to get this other goal if we want to go to 10 o'clock. IOs network, US dollar. Okay, on the 1 hour, I'd say it looks kind of like maybe a double bottom or a triple bottom there, but let's go into the 1 day. Dude, if that's a double bottom right here, if it stops right here and starts going up, it's going up to 54, 55 cents, you know, just to get started. I mean, it could stop up here at 43 to 45 cents. But also at the same time, I think it wants to come down. I'd keep an eye on this. I'd watch it and see if it starts creeping up here. Like, it can come down a little bit more, but if it starts creeping up, it's going to take off. But if it stops at 0.35, 0.36, it's probably going to head back down. Yeah, wait for confirmation on this one. Wait for it to pump past 0.39, basically 0.40, and then you can maybe get it from 40 to 55. It's hard to tell on this one. How long has this been out? Okay, a couple years. I would say that man. It's probably going to come down. I mean, it looks pretty nice and volatile, though. I'm just not seeing any real patterns. It's a bit of it kind of looks like other things like the Head and Shoulders, but it's a little wonky. But it could be a diamond top forming, which would send it back down. But if it's a diamond top, that means it would get like a nice pump. So keep an eye on it. If this thing pumps up to 57 or 60 cents and then starts coming back down, I would say it's a diamond top and it's going to run back down here. Watch the market. Whatever Bitcoin does, it's going to do something similar, just more volatile. All right, Quant. You got 2 minutes to send the gift or we're calling it a night. Rihanna, thank you for the heart me and the rose. Justin Kelly, thank you for the paper crane. Appreciate you. We got to meet the goal. If we're going to go over 9:30, we'll go till 10 o'clock. If I can get this meteor shower. Otherwise, we're going to end it at 9:30. So we'll do quant and ARB unless we receive the gift. Quant. Quant looks like a double bottom. And it looks like it might be flagging right now. Yeah, quant might pump. And I'd say it's a triple bottom and a bull flag maybe here. Yeah, this one's probably going to pump. I think everything's about to get a bit of a pump. Let's say it does pump. That would take it to 106 maybe 105. And it could potentially go all the way to 108. And that's just based off of this pattern right here, triple bottom. In a more long term, in the day, I think it's coming down. I think what it does is it's going to do this right here. And then boom, head and shoulders. Justin Kelly, you got to send the gift because we're already over time. Because it's going to cost me $100 to go over because the IT guy's in here. No. You got to send the goal gift. I appreciate it though. Let's see here. ARB for TikTok seller. If you were a subscriber, I would probably be like, oh, okay, you know, but become a subscriber, man. And then you can get, I'll tell you what, subscribe right now and I got you, bro. And that way you get the perks of being a subscriber, man. But we're already 30 minutes over time. Arbitrum, is that it? How do I describe? I'm on TikTok Pro. So down on the bottom, there's like a star with a little circle around it. And you're gonna click that, become a deluxe subscriber, and I got you, bro. ARB looks like it's flagging too. That's a nice bull flag, it looks like. And I'd say it's a bit of a inverted head and shoulders. And that would send it up to about 33. And that's on the 1 hour. And then on the day, it kind of looks like a double bottom. I think it comes down further. I think it comes to 0.24, and then it just takes off double bottom, sending it up to 0.64 later on. And it could go more from there. But I'm thinking that's probably what it's going to do, because we have this one right here, and then this one right here, and then this one will boom. So maybe it does like 80 cents at the most. All right, Justin, are you going to subscribe? I'm telling you, with the deluxe subscription, bro, like you get one-on-one coaching with me. And real quick, if you guys want to sign up for the TA class, send me a DM. All right, I'll give you a minute. I'm going to do a little bit of promotion to buy you some time. All right. So if you're interested in doing the TA class, it is different from the coaching. Okay, so one-on-one coaching is about helping you find a strategy and on-demand TA for your projects, okay? The TA class is going to teach you how to read the charts like I do. So there is a difference. All right. This is $25 an hour, okay, for this class. That's dirt cheap. All right. And so it's $100 a month, but some months have more days in it. And so you'll get a free class some months. Okay. So the price won't change, but it'll be $100 a month. And then don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Every day we're here. And then we have our merch. So we have hoodies, shirts, men and women's shirts. We have mugs. I have my mug right here. Check it out. And we have stickers. And then don't forget to sign up. Come join my Discord. It's absolutely free. If you're looking to do the TA class, that's going to be done on Discord. So if you go into my Discord, there is a section that says TA classes. You can click on that and you can put your name on the list to sign up. And, oh, I have an extra ticket to Rare Evo. If anybody's interested in going to this event, it's in Las Vegas. It's on August 6th through the 10th. I have press passes. I was told that they would most likely be upgraded to VIP, which are like $1,500 tickets, $1,600. So if you're looking for a VIP experience in Vegas, let me know. They are press passes. They may not get upgraded. It depends on how many VIP tickets they actually sell. So if there are availability, we will be the first in line to get those VIP tickets. But I only have one extra, so it'll be you and the goat. All right, Justin, did you figure it out? Oh, and check it out. We were able to raise another $75 this month for the Save a Warrior Foundation. Thank you to everyone that donated. We're making a difference here. We're changing lives. We're doing something positive for the community. Not just being greedy. You know, we want to help people. We want to do positive things for the community, not just the crypto community, but the world in general. You know, like that's what this is about. This whole thing is about helping people. That's the main goal here. I'm going to be really bummed if I'm going live extra for no reason right now. I'm going to give it a few more minutes for you, Justin. But I'll tell you what, Justin, being a subscriber, it's going to be worth it for you because like you're asking me right now for TA, you're going to have priority in the chat to get that TA done on your projects. And you can message me directly for TA anytime. There it is. Justin just subscribed. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you. And remember, you can message me and send me a direct message, okay, with your email, and I will sign you up for the email alert system. And because you subscribed, I will go till 10 o'clock. Unless we don't have any more to go over, then I'll cut it early. Welcome aboard, Justin. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. I feel like you were on the fence about signing up anyway. So glad to have you. Don't forget, you guys can also gift subscriptions to other people if you want to, if you feel like doing that. As soon as we get to 115 subscribers, I actually get paid more money for having subscribers, and it actually becomes a little more lucrative for me. All right, Justin wanted IMX. I got you, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna enjoy it. IMX is a diamond bottom in the 1 hour. So I would imagine this one's gonna pump soon. That would be at about 48 to 49 on that one. And in the 1 day, it's probably reached, it could potentially go to 35 or cents. But because of that diamond bottom, I'm thinking not, which would be a double bottom, sending it up here. And that would go to at least like 86 to 90 cents and potentially more. It could potentially go to $1.04. Five projects you jumped in when you got confirmation? What do you mean? Any chance it revisits its all-time high? Let me look. I'm going to say probably not. Okay, so this is common. What you're seeing, this is the bull cycle. That's probably where it will hit its top and then come back down. And by then, that would be December, end of the bull cycle. We're kind of in the final last round here. This is do or die for the bull cycle. It's pretty much almost over. No, I think probably $1 would be the most it actually reaches. Kita? No, I can do Kita for you. There were some other ones in the chat. Chat, if you want me to look at those projects for you, we're going to go till 10 o'clock. You can all thank Justin Kelly for adding an hour on. I'm not too happy about it. I'm in pain. I am tired. But we'll do it. I mean, I'd say we're in the 8th inning. We're in the 8th inning. All right, Mother of Dragons wants Kita. How you doing, Mother of Dragons? Kayleen, so nice to see you. Always a pleasure. See, it's on Tether. That doesn't look right. Kita. Try this one. Does that look right to you? Does that look like the right one? Oh, KTA. Oh, this is it. Perfect. All right. So it looks like it did a bit of a head and shoulders here. It's that new? May 15th? When you say 8th inning, you don't mean 7th inning stretch before November, December. I mean, yeah, kind of. I guess I'd say we're probably in the 7th inning now, and we're in the 8th inning. Maybe we go into extra innings on this one, but I think it's done by November. I think it's done by November. I think we get a pump in September, October, and then we start heading down in November, or maybe something changes. But the way the world is going right now, I'm leaning towards probably not. This one's hard to say, but I would imagine this does something like this. Come, boom, head and shoulders, 40 cents. Possibly. I could be wrong. There's just not enough data. There's ones like this. There's just not enough data. It is in a downtrend, which means it should turn upward soon. I'd say that 66 to 63, it could potentially come down to, and then start moving up. What platform is it on? I'm not sure. You'd have to find out. I'm sure it's on I think it said Kraken. Polynex, Blowfin, Uniswap, Bitmart. So basically, the traditional cycles are a thing of the past because regulations and institutions. I think, yes. And I think the next bull cycle won't be 4 years off. I think it'll be sooner, maybe in a year or two. I think 2026 is going to be dead. They're just going to say, okay, go to sleep. See you in 4 years. And then the next year, boom, bull cycle, and no one will be prepared for it. I do see crypto turning more to traditional stock market by 2030. I think so. XRP, Rihanna, you got it. So XRP is a head and shoulders in the 1 day, but it could possibly break out of that. So in the 1 day here, we have the head and shoulders, possibly sending it down to about 180 to 160 if it doesn't break structure. Okay, it could break structure. I don't think so. It may hit $2 and bounce up from there. In the 1 hour, it kind of looks like it's gonna pump one more time, maybe. It could see like 230 to 235. At the most, I would say 240 to 247, and it would still be within structure. But it is this pattern right here. It's a bit of an ascending channel, which would send it down to $2. Okay, so it may have one more pump up to about 237. Maybe it's more like 239, 240. Come back down, and then it would break and hit $2. The question is it going to bounce off of $2? Or is it going to break through? I would imagine that it does something like this. It probably come up and back down. It's $2, bounces, and then comes down. Something like that. That's what I'm guessing. Not financial advice, but what do you personally see as the top 3 performers in the last inning? That's a good question. Probably Ondo, maybe Algo. I don't think Algo is going to outperform Ondo, to be honest with you. If we have a meme season, I think, or excuse me, an alt season, maybe XRP. If the case gets dropped on XRP, I think it would outperform everything. But I don't think that that's going to happen. They may drop the case, but the injunction getting removed, that's the main thing, is if the injunction is removed on XRP, XRP is going to do, $5 to $8. But it's hard to say. There's just so much hopium with XRP is why I say that. So it's just hard to say. I'm thinking Ondo. I'm really thinking Ondo. I'm hoping for SXT to do something this bull run. I would think that would maybe be its time to shine. It just hasn't gotten the traction. It may be something for the next bull run where SXT takes off. But the sentiment behind it, its utility, I'm digging it. Rihanna, you're very much welcome. Thank you so much. All right. Anybody got me with a gift? Just to hook a brother up? How about a meteor shower? Somebody got me with a meteor shower. I know I'm asking for a lot. Do I need to call Mega to make me believe in XRP again? I call him regularly to help me believe. Mega's the only person that makes me less bearish. Because, I trust his TA. He's pretty on point. For the most part, there are others that are, whatever, but I know he's not blind to the fact that things can come down. So when he says that things are going up, I tend to believe him. But I don't really go to Mega for TA. I go to Mega for emotional support for XRP. We need to create an emotional support group for XRP holders. Because yeah, we're having a hard time over here. Does anybody have any more projects? Any more projects? I'm going to take down the meteor shower. I know you guys aren't going to send it. I was trying to put something up that would not be so crazy, but how about a glowing jellyfish? Can we get a glowing jellyfish? If not, no big deal. Axelar, got you. Link is bullish is F right now. Really? I'll look at Link. Axelar. I hate to break it to you, but this looks like it's coming down. Oh yeah, this is coming down. Classic. Like that. Where's that put it? In July. And then possibly run up again to right about there. I'd say 50 cents max. It would probably wick into 50 cents and then like that. Neo, thank you for the gem gun, and Jesus, thank you for the glowing gun. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. We actually made 20 bucks this live. All right, yay. Cost me an extra 100 to go live longer, but it doesn't matter. It's not about the money. I mean, it's nice to offset some of the costs, though. But I don't want to always, like, I don't want to be live till 10 o'clock. I want to go to bed or relax and get out of the chair. I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours straight. You know what I mean? That's why it's like, all right, make it worth my while, you know. Link. That's what it was. I like Link. I hold a little bit. Not too much. Most of my money's in stable coins right now, but when I go back into rebuy mode, so Link looks like a bit of a bull flag thing going on, possibly. It looks like an inverted head and shoulders, possibly here. In the short term, just in the hour, I would say it goes to about 13.6. Maybe 13.5, 13.6, somewhere around there. And then in the day, it's coming down. Okay, this thing is coming down overall. This is a head and shoulders. All right. So this thing is coming down to 10. I'd say like 11 cents to like 11 to 10 cents, maybe 10.5, somewhere down here is where it's going to drop. I'm thinking right there. 10.14, 10.36. EMA ribbons are crossing on what? Arrow? Oh, on Link? I don't use those, man, because they throw you off. But we can look at them. Just because they're not crossing. I don't see them crossing. In what time frame? Maybe in like the low time frame, like the 5 minute. What time frame for the EMAs? Because I'm in the 1 day. Maybe you're mistaken. All right, do we have any more? Hold up, TV just glitched, had to restart. No worries. Yeah, this is Chainlink. Yeah, it looks like a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. But I think in the 1 day overall, it's coming down. It's a head and shoulders right here, bringing it down. You see it? Do you see the head and shoulders? Okay, it's right here. Boom. All right, I think I got time for one more. Who's going to give me the last one? And don't forget, TA classes, if you want to learn how to do technical analysis and learn how to read the charts like I do, okay? I'm very quick with my TA. Chris Durkee wants to do Tron, but he's not a subscriber. So I'll tell you what, Chris Durkee, I will give you either you can become a deluxe subscriber or you can send a money gun. But I'll tell you what, with the deluxe subscriber, you get one-on-one coaching with me. But you got 1 minute to send the money gun, or otherwise we're going to call it a night. Justin Kelly wants AKT. You got it. Last one. Unless Chris Durkee subscribes. If Chris Durkee subscribes, I'll do one more. A cash network? No worries, bro. I'll tell you this right now, though, that deluxe subscription pays for itself. All right, on the 1 hour, I'd say this is kind of a diamond bottom. It's a bit wonky, but it kind of feels like maybe a diamond bottom thing going on here. You see it? That's bullish. That would send it to, I'd say, 0.184, or excuse me, 1.184. But in the day, looks like it had a head and shoulders. It played out. It may be going into reversal, but I would say this is a descending, broadening wedge. Let me double check on that one. That's bullish. Yeah, this one looks like it's about to take off in the day and the hour. AKT, whoever called that one's about to do something. Let's see if this takes off. That would send it to 166, or excuse me, 165 would be your first profit taking zone. 175, 180, 195, $2, and then 260. I don't think it'll go higher than that. It could, but there's just not enough data to tell. But let's say this is a double bottom here now, right? And it does that. That would send it to 230 to 240. I'm leaning more towards this right here, actually. I would say probably 216 to 220. This one looks bullish as hell. All time frames look good on this one. I might buy some of this. The problem is, here's why I won't buy it. It's only been out since March 19th. There's not enough data for it to really be accurately charted. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how bullish it looks. One bad thing can just this thing. So be careful on this one. I'm glad I took a look at how long it's been out. That's usually one of the last things I check, just to be sure, because this could do just like what SXT did, and it looked bullish as hell, and it just, all right. Be careful on this one. But Justin Kelly, I would say that more than likely it's going to be somewhat bullish. But be careful. Be careful. Yeah, it's like Render. Man, who was it that bought Render? And I told him, I was like, bro, like, he was like saying all this stuff about Render, and I was like, yeah, but I didn't see, you know, from my TA, you know, and he didn't take my advice, and he lost a lot of money, and then he canceled his subscription. Which I would think you'd do the opposite, right? Why would, if somebody gave you good advice and you didn't follow it, and then so you cancel your subscription with them, it's like, it's not my fault you lost. You know what I mean? I tried to give you the tools. But that's more about PTC, kind of SXT, no? What do you mean? You mean it's about what Bitcoin does? Yeah. Here's the thing is, I was pretty convinced that SXT found its bottom, and then the world just went to shit. Nobody could have predicted that. And that's why we do the news for the show, is because we have to kind of gauge that. But I tell you what, right now, the markets are rocky, whether you're in crypto or you're in the stock market. Everything is rocky right now. All right. Be careful. Not financial advice. Okay. This is just what I see. I tend to be right. But mind you, I'm only 90 to 95% accurate. So I like SXT though. I don't think it's shit. I think it's an awesome coin. I think it's just, we're too early. Too early. I'm always too early to everything, but I'm okay with that because I see the potential for SXT doing dollars, like $5, $10 to $25 in the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm okay with it. I'm accumulating it for long-term storage. Oh yeah, SXT is going to be massive. Like, people don't even know. Like, we're so early on that. Everybody that's holding SXT, yeah, in due time. I agree, buddy. That's one it's an accumulation, baby. Every time it goes down, I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, I can buy more. And I'm not throwing my whole bag at it right away. I'm putting a little bit into it every time it goes down, I'm not really DCAing it. I'm just accumulating it as it goes down. I'm like, oh yeah, baby, keep on coming down. I'm okay with it. And once it gets down to that low, then I'll throw a fucking massive bag in it. And so what? It takes 5 years for it to do anything? Fine. I did the same thing with XRP, and now I'm retired. So once people read it and realize what it is, it's going to boom. Exactly. All the crypto creators, I found this one, okay? All the crypto creators, I tell them about it, and then they're just like, oh, I'm buying this. I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. I'd be like, I will take my pontoon boat in emerald green with gold fringe, please. And I want one that's powered by a Sea-Doo so that we can take chat out on the pontoon boat and we can go ride around on the Sea-Doo and do things and bring it back and dock it in there. So, all right, I'm going to end the live, guys. Thanks for sticking around and all the gifts. Justin, thank you for subscribing. Send me a DM with your email address, and I'll get you signed up on the email alert system for free for the rest of the month, and you can try that out. I asked Nani Crypto this morning what she thought of it. She didn't know, and then she freaked out. I know, right? I am like let me tell you this. I am known for picking the best ones early, way too early. Yeah, once she did some reading, I know. That has like been my whole thing. I've always picked things that are always end up being the best later on. I'm just good at picking them. They just fall into my lap too. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just manifest it. Who knows? Anyway, Justin, I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and yeah, I'll see you around.